brightest chess minds in the world have arrived in Germany, where the historic city of Munich will host the second leg of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix. Former world champions, rising stars and the finest players of their continents will fight for a total prize pool of €80,000. Local fans will be cheering for two home heroes on show, Elisabeth Paehtz and Dinara Wagner, both looking to win the title for the host nation. Join our live show every day between the 2nd and 13th of February from 3 p.m. Central European Time. Your hosts for today are Grandmaster Stefan Kindermann and Women International Master Veronika Exler.
Hello, welcome to the 8th round of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix here in Munich. Next to me is Grandmaster Stefan Kindermann again.
And International Master Veronika Exler.
So what happened yesterday? Let's have a quick look on the results from the 7th round. We saw a lot of draws. A draw between Harika and Dinara, a draw between Zhansaya and Zhongyi, between Mariya and Alexandra, also a draw, but a very fighting game. Mariya had big chances to win.
Absolutely, she could win basically a piece and with decisive advantage. But as we know already, Alexandra has got at least 9 lives. So
Then a draw between Anna and Elisabeth. Nana won against Alina, and a draw between Humpy and Jiner.
yeah, especially the win of Nana was very instructive, how to beat the King's Indian. This is really a game that can be highly recommended for studying the strategic approach.
And now have a look at the rankings after 7 rounds. Alexandra is still leading with 5.5 points, but then there is Nana with 4.5 points, so only 1 point left between them, and they still play against each other. Then there is Humpy with 4 points, and then we have 3.5 points for Anna, Mariya, Dronavalli, Elisabeth and Zhongyi. We have 3 points for Jiner and Alina, 2.5 for Zhansaya and 2 points for Dinara.
Yeah, so basically at the top still anything is possible with 3 rounds to go.
And now, in the 8th round, we will see nice pairings again. We have Dinara will fight against Jiner, Alina will fight against Humpy, Elisabeth will fight against Nana, Alexandra will fight against Anna, Zhongyi will fight against Mariya, and Harika will fight against Zhansaya.
Yeah, so I think especially we should put emphasis on the games of Nana and Alexandra, because in their indirect duel, this might decide about the fate of the tournament.
So let's
let's
start with the games.
So wait a moment, just to start in the right. Okay. Okay, here we see at first the game between Dinara, who is becoming stronger every round, I think, against Jiner. And here we have a classical line of the Nimzo Indian. This is since many, many decades. This is supposed to be one of the best and most solid defenses for black and against this white move order. Originated by Aaron Nimzowitsch, and when he played the system in the beginning, or not beginning, let's say around 1910 or 1415, then it was considered to be a revolution, because in those days they thought that after d4 the only correct move is d5. But nowadays, of course, this is considered a very classical line and considered to be very solid. And here, in this moment, a3 is not so often seen. More often, I think, is the main line, the classical knight to f3. And this line, I must admit, as I'm not playing this myself with white or with black.
Yeah, I play it with black. But
do you know this line with
yeah,
A3?
from Ragozin.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, then you need to take and take. Yes. So far everything is just normal.
Okay, so here, I mean, white has got the pair of bishops. I mean, so as everybody knows, this is a long-term strategic asset. So this means that black has tried to create some active counterplay to get some compensation for the lost two bishops. But of course there might be ideas also like b6 and bishop a6 to split the bishops pair, or to develop in a harmonious way with bishop b7, knight b2, d7. The idea is to attack the center with knight c6 and e5. So there are lots of plans possible now for black. But okay, let's first get an overview of the other games before we go into more detail. Here we have the game between Alina against Humpy. This is interesting because here the Italian game, very fashionable nowadays, and nearly always black either plays knight to f6 or bishop to c5. And the move order with d6 is pretty unusual, giving white the option to attack the center with d4. But of course then the black idea might be to reply with bishop g4. And the practical question being if white just proceeds in classical fashion, let's say something with the move d3 like in the main lines, whether black does have something better than to transpose to classical main lines with knight f6. Okay, but it's still very early stage, but it must be said that the move order with d6, this is pretty unusual, and I think if white wants to make use of it, then she should play d4. But I'm not sure what happens here after bishop g4. So just for fun, to show one fun line, after d4 was of course will not happen. If after, now if white takes on e5, then black can retake with the knight. But let's say black would be somehow careless and would play, let's say, now some totally stupid move like a6, then we could apply a very nice and classical trap. After knight takes e5, white could easily take it. But still, it's very beautiful. In case you have never seen it before, it looks like a kind of miracle dance of white pieces. But of course, in modern chess, this is like a kind of little joke because everybody knows it, and nobody will fall into this trap. Okay, but let's go on after this small excursion into the past. Interesting. Oh, this is very sharp. Elisabeth really wants to know it against the knight-off defense of Nana, who is seemingly now in very good shape after the brilliant positional win yesterday. It was really a very nice textbook game against the King's Indian. Elisabeth played one of the very sharp lines, and I think in one of the last commentaries I said about the knight-off defense that in the old times there were only the moves bishop g5, bishop c4 and bishop e2 somehow, or maybe bishop e3. But nowadays nearly any legal move was tried against the knight-off defense. And one of them, the move rook g1, which in old times everybody would say there was too much vodka or whiskey before the game. looks very strange. But of course the idea is in many cases just to attack with g4, and it has turned out that this is one of the most dangerous attacking plans against the Sicilian in many scenarios, and even here. And how serious this plan is, you can see with the next black move, who answers with h5, was also some decades ago. Everybody would say this is totally crazy to play a move like h5 early, especially if you want to play a short castle later on. But as quoted before, this plan with g4 is so dangerous that it makes sense to give one tempo and even accept the weakening of your king position in case you play later on some short castle, and that this is more important than this the possible weakenings after h5. Now again, interesting moment. Elisabeth plays very sharply, attacking now with f4. As if black takes an f4, then white can retake, maybe even with the queen here. And when black puts a knight to e5, this is after this pawn exchange f against e, black gets a nice square on e5. But on the other hand, white will get a very nice knight on d4, hitting e6, can go to f5, and white will play the long castle. And this can be pretty dangerous for black. But black is not obliged to take. On the other hand, now this f5 would, in the moment it threatens f5, and this would force black to take in b3, what black doesn't want to do, because after ab, white will get here quite a strong position for his bishop. So black plays rook c8 and having now the option, in case white plays f5, to play the move bishop c4, which is much better, I think. And so this is a very sharp, for modern Sicilians, quite typical position. The white rook on g1 is a bit strange. And in a way it was it was obliging, because white definitively is not allowed to do the short castle anymore. But anyway, in these lines, usually white does the long castle, so this is not a big deal. Okay, but this is going to be a very sharp and interesting game, I'm sure.
I'm looking forward.
But I think it's quite in the sense of Nana, because if she wants to catch up Alexandra, I think now she also has to try to win with black pieces. So she won't be too unhappy about it. Ah, this is a nice line that I played with white also in the game between Alexandra against Anna Muzychuk. Against the Sicilian with knight c3, and now in this position to play bishop b5. Now this is kind of positional trap if you don't know these lines at all. If you play g6 now, this is considered to be not very good. This is with the knight on f3, this is of the normal reaction, the g6, but here's quite a difference, because in these lines here, if white takes in c6, it looks quite similar to the other one, but the difference being that the f-pawn is still free. And this setup here was f4, because in the lines, in the classical Rossolimo main lines, white has to do some quite time-consuming regrouping to make this move possible. But here after f4, knight f3 and short castle, this attacking formation can be very dangerous for black. So this is one of the tricks in this line. But of course every professional knows it nowadays. Bishop c4, e6, knight ge2. Yeah, just to explain this, the idea was to lure the black knight to d4, which looks active, but gives white a chance to exchange this active knight later on, and this also can have some advantages for white. And there's one nice trap that has happened very often. Just to put it right here. Let's say black plays, for example, knight to e7. It's normal move. And if white plays the short castle and black attacks with d5, I mean, maybe it's a bit out of move order, but just to show the idea. And now white does have the option to take in d5, quite surprisingly. Knight takes d5, knight takes d4, c takes d4, and now the point being the attack of queen h5. Hitting the knight, it cannot move because there would be mate on f7. And after bishop e6, after the simple move rook e1, black has no defense and white will regain the piece with huge advantage. This is a trap. I think this has happened already in more than 10 games, I'm sure. But of course also this everybody knows nowadays, and so I'm sure that Anna won't fall into it. Well, and the white idea, the next move is relatively simple, to play short castle, play d3, and in some moment probably to change and put this knight to e2. And then in many cases also later on to attack with the f-pawn. While black, for example, it's quite useful move to play a6, because if after a6, a4, the same trap for some tactical reasons doesn't work anymore. So it's this is quite an can be seen quite often. Yeah, also here I think some very interesting game is ahead.
And Alexandra surprised her opponent with this line, as it
yeah,
seems.
it seems so. Yeah, nowadays it happens sometimes, but it's of course it's not a main line, and I guess she never played it before, so then it's quite clever to do something you never did before. The drawback being that sometimes you play lines that you don't really know or understand really well if you play it the first time, so it can be a double-edged strategy. But if you fulfill two criteria, you played it never before, but you studied it really well, then it can be a very good strategy. What do we have here? Oh, this is also a very sharp line. After knight f3, knight f6. And now to take in c4. This is at least the now ensuing main lines. There were the so-called the Vienna variation.
Oh, nice.
And now, yeah, this is quite interesting because I think the main line used to be bishop g5 here. But this is a very, very modern gambit line. White simply gives this extremely important pawn on e4. And I remember, and I think when it was very fresh, this line, when I was playing some European team championship, and this was used by the very strong Azerbaijan Grandmaster Mamedyarov. And I looked at this board, I somehow could not believe what happened, because it's just an isolated pawn position, but white is a pawn down, just the e-pawn disappeared, and I thought this absolutely cannot be correct, and in former times nobody would have believed that this can be correct, because black has some normal harmonious piece development, and white lost his e-pawn, but it turned out that the long-term initiative is so strong that this line is considered to be quite dangerous for black. I must say I don't know exactly what is the main line here. I'm not sure it was it's queen a4 check. Do you know this line?
No, not at all.
Ah, okay.
Never have seen this before. For me, it's very interesting.
No, because also here, of course, black did have the option to take a second pawn on c3, but I mean, this is considered as clearly too dangerous, because black falls too much behind in development. And here I don't think that queen a4 check is the main line. I think it's just bishop g5. And now bishop g5. It's interesting. I'm sure there are some very concrete ideas connected with it, because normally the queen on a4 here is not so in the types of position that I know, the queen is not so well placed here, because usually white later plays for a kingside attack. But I guess it's connected with some very concrete ideas. I don't know, maybe knight e5 now, or this is quite interesting. This must be some very modern theory. Okay, so that's interesting. Although white is just a pawn down, the engine sees white advantage. Although I wouldn't rely too much on the engine here, but
Knight e5.
probably knight
It
e5.
looks very
yeah.
nice. Bishop d7.
Yeah, but I mean, you see, the engine doesn't like it. Yeah, either bishop d7 or just return the pawn with castling.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe bishop d7 is possible. I mean, yeah, I don't know. It's maybe the idea of white is just as in the other lines, just calmly development with rook d1, rook e1, preparing this d5 push in the right moment. On the other hand, I don't see why the queen is so nicely posted on a4, but
Especially after bishop d7.
yeah, probably the queen will have to retreat, and then the point is that the queen doesn't have such comfortable squares, because if the queen later on will go to c2, then black has this typical regrouping, knight b4 to d5, and will be quite happy. And to b3 is also not a good idea later on, because the knight a5 will hit the queen and the bishop. So yeah, this queen a4 idea, it's a bit surprising for me. Okay. But if you don't know these lines, then it's hard to judge. Okay. Here's a much more restrained approach by Zhongyi against Mariya Muzychuk. Yeah, this is another line that is played extremely well by the young German star Vincent Keimer. With this special setup, he has won lots of games against very, very strong opponents, although it looks very harmless. But he has shown that there's lots of long-term strategic poison in it. This used to be considered to be a very harmless form of the Reti opening, but it has turned out that is not the case. Yeah, this here is a moment when black has to watch out that white doesn't take the pair of bishops, when he might get some small, she might get some small advantage. And black has a typical Slav setup. This pawn formation absolutely typical for the Slav defense and getting the bishop out. So in the old times one would have said that black absolutely has no problems and can be extremely happy here. But as I said, some recent games have shown that it's not so easy in fact.
And what is the idea with white playing e4 later? So, for
Yeah, this is a
example,
good.
knight to d2.
Yeah, because in the in the Reti main lines, the white bishop is on g2, and normally I would think this is much more active. With the bishop in e2, also to me, I mean, in this move order, well, I don't think that Keimer has played it in this exact move order, because now, in fact, I don't see any real problems for black. It must be said, and I also don't see a real active plan for white. Because now to push e4, this will take a lot of preparation. I mean, yeah, well, you can play knight to d2 and queen to c2, and then push e4.
That was my idea.
Yeah. Okay, let's just play some moves. Let's see, black plays castle, and then probably knight to d2. Knight to d7 would be the typical setup. Queen to c2. Then usually would be normal to play some prophylactic move. So I think that's what Veronika thinks about. But in this type of structure, if black changes and plays e5, well, I would think with black that I've got quite a fine position, but
there must be something better for white.
yeah, but maybe just Tan says she just wants to play a quiet game out of theory. Not playing for an opening advantage, and Magnus Carlsen has shown in many, many games that this approach, if you're the better player, can be very dangerous. Okay, but this game for sure will develop very slowly. Okay, this is... So we had a brief look at all of the games.
So let's move back. Here. The first game we checked today was between Dinara and Jiner, and some moves happened here. Okay. Knight c6. Okay, she's going for this line. I would play b6 and bishop a6.
Yeah.
But as you mentioned, also this is possible. I played both setups.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yes.
Well, I don't play this line neither with white nor with black, so it's just more some vague knowledge. Yeah, now I guess black wants to play e6, e5.
Yes. Okay. Still a typical position.
Yeah, yeah, I'm sure this is still some mainline theory. Okay, so here's nothing spectacular so far. As we say, I think black has to play e5 and try with active play to counterbalance the two bishops. What happened here? Castle first. Now d4. No, knight f6. Knight f6. It's funny, this looks like some very old-fashioned setup that might have happened some 100 years ago or longer. Or more than, it's like 150 years ago.
Just play knight c3.
No, it's not. I don't know. I would hesitate quite a lot before playing knight c3.
Why don't you like this move?
Because of bishop g4 then. What do you do now? Because this pin, this can be a bit annoying. Probably white should take in e5 and play bishop e2.
And bishop e2, yeah. My idea, yes.
But the question being, whether white has got any advantage here after if black changes everything, or...
I don't think so. Okay, you convinced me. Then we first go for probably h3.
Yeah, and then the question is whether black might take in e4.
Yeah, I don't believe so. But who knows?
Well, I mean, of course, white can play the principled move d4, d5, but... I mean, what's an option is here to, in fact, get a totally different structure, to play d5, and after knight b8, go to some kind of King's Indian structure. C4, knight C3.
Mm-hmm.
And argue that black has a quite passive setup here.
Yes.
Like some old Benoni maybe, or but without the pawn on C5. So I would think that this is quite nice for white.
Yes, this is nice.
While on knight C3, bishop G4, I think then probably
Then
white
it's
can
boring.
be fairly happy. No, not boring. I mean, also the line that we just looked at is...
I don't know, I like the other line with d5
Mhm.
much more.
Yeah, d5 is much more principled. I mean, principled in a way that we try to make use of the black move order. But in both lines, I think. But also maybe here, I think white is maybe slightly better. But even if black just first keeps the tension, because I don't think it's a threat to take on e5 and bishop e2. Or unless there's a trick with knight takes f7. Knight e5, bishop e2, knight f7, bishop d1, knight d8. Maybe this is possible then. Oh, well, it's not so. The bishop can also take an...
On c2.
Yeah, so because if after bishop e2, then white has to retake with the queen. Maybe on d e5, and now we have some tricks with bishop queen b5, and so this might be something for white. So this would mean in this line after bishop e2, if this is correct, our considerations, that black should take an f3, bishop f3, and now you might even keep now the play bishop e6, because I think if black takes an f3, then maybe this might be a little better for white, with bishop g5 coming and rook d1. So maybe the bishop f3 to play bishop e6. Now white again can sharpen the position with e5, so maybe it's a bit better for white. Also this, so it's interesting what Humpy is intending, because both lines in my view look a little better for white. So interesting. Okay, but in this early stage is just to show some basic ideas what might happen and what the players might think if they don't know the line. But of course it's still some wild speculation.
Yeah, and here we have this attacking game.
Yeah, long castle, as we said, of course, after rook g1 there wasn't a big choice. Although it must be said it's not automatically. I had once in a very important game in a zonal tournament against Viktor Korchnoi. I had such a case that we played a very sharp game, and Korchnoi had opened up, there was white, and Korchnoi had opened up the h line against my king. So I was quite nervous about this. I had played a short castle. Then I was quite happy when he played the short castle as well, because no more danger for my king. And then there was a wild time scramble. And after the time scramble, the position again was about equal. And out of the sudden, some of the spectators is coming to the arbiter. The arbiter turns red in the face. Arbiter comes to us and tells us that the castle that Korchnoi played was an illegal move, because some 10 moves before he had moved his rook and went back. And then castled, and he had forgotten about it. And of course, I didn't notice it well. And now there's the bizarre situation that the FIDE rules say that you have to go back to the situation when the illegal move happened. And of course, you have no idea then how was the time score in this moment. So this is already a bit strange. But in a moment I was quite happy, because I thought, okay, this means now that because Korchnoi touched his king to make the castle, now he's forced in a middle game position with queens on and quite a sharp position. He's now forced to make a king move that he didn't intend. So I was absolutely sure that I would be totally winning afterwards. So Korchnoi played the only legal move with his king, and I looked at the board and could not believe it. The king move was even better than the castle. I was totally frustrated. But even Korchnoi, who was such an extreme fighter, was so embarrassed about this accident that he offered a draw. And I was quite happy, because objectively now my position was pretty bad. But it's just to say that this move rook g1 doesn't absolutely mean that white won't make a short castle.
This is a funny story.
Okay, but I don't think our ladies will have such problems.
Did you also make an illegal move someone in a game?
No, but it happened the second time against me. And to complete the story, it's easily possible to make illegal move against me, against the German Grandmaster Romuald Mainka. We had a quite important Bundesliga match. We had a Bundesliga game. And again, this was very sharp position. And my opponent, this was before any increment, my opponent was very short in time. He had just something like half minute left and had attacked, I was white again, attacked one of his knights, and if the knight retreats, I would have clear advantage. And I saw, okay, he can give a knight check on e2 to make king on g1. But I saw that, okay, I will play king f2, and then the knight doesn't have real retreat, so I was not afraid of this. And Mainka thinks and thinks till there's some seconds left and still plays knight e2 check. Okay, I play king, I still 5 minutes left, I play I play king f2. And then comes a move like from another dimension. He instantly replies with queen to b2, protecting the knight on e2 and threatening a terrible discovered check, and I absolutely had not foreseen this move. And I was totally in panic because I did not see any good reply for me. And I know the match is very important, and I was thinking and thinking and thinking, still also some seconds left, and I play any move and then a wild time scramble. And but after the time scramble again, it seems to me that I'm clearly better. And I'm getting up totally relieved, but I see that my teammates, they are dying by laughing. So I go over to them, why do you laugh in such a stupid way? I think my position is quite okay. Again, I say, yeah, but you idiot, he told me this queen to b2, it came from g6. It was a totally illegal move. And again, went to put back the pieces like in the Kochner game. But luckily my consideration was insofar correct as this knight move on e2 check after king f2, there was no reply for black, so I won easily after this. But just what we can learn from this, that you can risk an illegal move against me.
I will go for it. Only once in my life I made an illegal move, but I didn't realize it, and my opponent also didn't realize it. Only some spectator told me afterwards, after we finished the game.
After you finished, okay.
Yeah, it was completely weird. I don't know. The problem was I was just taking the wrong piece and moving with the wrong piece.
What means the wrong piece?
Yeah, I don't know. Somehow I managed to make knight from c2 to d3. But I wanted to play my king from c3 to d3.
Well, this is like the German saying to some people used to explain the knight move, to say it in German, eins grad, eins schräg, means something like once to explain the knight move, to say one square straight, one diagonal. So and this can lead to the knight move from c2 to d3. But the most bizarre story that somebody told me from some German rapid tournament, that one guy was thinking for a long time in a sharp position. Then out of a sudden he takes his own knight, screams check, and kicks out his own king. Totally lost control. Anything can happen under pressure.
Hopefully not today.
No, why not? It would be a lot of fun. Okay, but back to the game. I mean, this is still typical modern type of Najdorf. When former times one would say this must be bad for black because this move h5 gave now white a nice bishop square on g5, and also after the short castle, of course, black might regret this move. But modern practice had shown that such positions are quite playable for black. But I must say that I'm really absolutely not expert in these lines. I don't know I have no idea what's the right way to proceed. I mean, probably white does not want to play f5, because then after bishop c4, I think white has released the tension, and black can be quite happy. And I guess also white does not want to change in e5, because probably also retaking with the pawn would be quite nice, and maybe threatening bishop to b4. So I guess white will in a way try to keep the tension. But what's the right way? Maybe for some tactical reasons in some moment to jump into d5 or to prepare this with rook g to e1. Yeah, it's interesting. What would you play, house white? Of course, white can play some non-committal move like king b1 first, and which is useful most of the time. But I would not be sure what is here the basic white plan.
And now you're asking a non-Sicilian player.
Yeah, because you have a fresh look at the position.
Yeah, completely
I'm totally
fresh
biased
look.
by some former Sicilian times.
Okay, so first of all, I will start with king b1.
Okay.
Because I figured out that this is always a good idea. I'm not castling long very often in my games. I don't know. It just never happens. But I did it once last year somewhere, and then I never played king b1, and that's why I lost the game.
But what's the basic plan? Okay, you play king b1, and okay, you mean black is in Zugzwang, and
Yeah, I just want to wait for black's move, yes.
yeah, I also think that king b1 is a reasonable move. Well, also maybe in some h3 might be a useful move for white sometimes.
Waiting
Isn't
for
some-
castling and then attack with
Yeah,
g4.
yeah, in some lines,
Yeah.
maybe f5 and then g4 might be possible. And I also would wait now for black to show her hand. I mean, black has some ideas like maybe to play knight b6 to c4, for example, or black can play b4, of course, to force white to show what to do with the knight. I mean, so yeah, this is a very dynamic position, and this is every move can tilt the balance to one side or the other.
Yeah, typical Sicilian. What to say?
Yeah, but this h5 and rook g1, this gives a very modern touch. This would not have been possible in the last century. Okay. What happened here? Ah, yeah, here's this. This is interesting because I think that now there was a big difference for some reasons. Now this d5 that we said before without a6, a4 was a mistake. That this is possible now. I'm just trying to figure out the reason. If white now plays this line, it doesn't work. I just have to find out why. Now black can refute it. Maybe, no, what was the point? I again forgot the reason why it's not working now for white.
I'm still thinking.
Maybe bishop e7 and then rook e6, knight f4.
And the difference is that we don't have bishop b5 check.
There's no check on b5, otherwise we can give a queen or a queen
Oh, with
check
the
on
queen,
b5.
yeah, queen b5 check, yeah.
There's no rook e6 and knight f4.
And not queen
Yeah,
b5
this is the
check
difference.
right
And now, if there's no, if the pawn would be on a7, then white might simply play, for example, queen to b5 check and just stay material up then. So it's interesting if you don't, hard to find if you don't know it.
Yeah.
But here it's interesting because I think usually white doesn't play this move order because d5 is considered to be quite nice for black then. And also the computer agrees, it says now some slight small advantage.
What is Alexandra's idea?
No, I mean it's not unplayable, but I mean probably white would have to take and maybe play bishop to a2. It's possible, but not very attractive for white somehow. Now the black can even take here and play bishop e7, and I would think that black has no problems at all. So this is a bit strange because I think here white did something different usually, maybe d3 or let's say on d3 and then on d5 you can play bishop a2 then. And then this is more tension. It is a bit strange to me, because Alexandra surely prepared this line.
Is it also possible to play e5 with white?
In this moment?
Yep.
Well, here's obviously the well, one problem is d5 usually.
Mm-hmm.
Knight g4, I don't know, but probably.
Immediately.
I
Okay,
think
and then
d5 is-
later taking the d5 square for the knight. Okay, yeah, I
Yeah, I
see.
think this typical counter blow, and then
Mhm.
because this e takes f6, d takes c4, I think this is quite nice for black.
Okay, yeah.
This is important, because if not d5, then I don't know. Sorry. Yeah, black played d5 then.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, strange. I wonder was Alexandra mixed up her preparation, because I think this must be quite good for black. Because now in the she took, interesting. Black will retake with the pawn,
Mm-hmm.
and then as far as I know, this sacrifice doesn't work, as we just looked.
Yeah.
But if white has to go bishop a2, then just to look, then knight takes e2 check, and queen e2, and bishop e7. I mean, if now black can castle or bishop e6. I mean, it's playable for white. Maybe queen f3 now, but I wouldn't like it with white pieces. Yeah, it happened.
But don't you think that she has prepared something, because she still has more than 90 minutes on the clock?
Yeah, most probably. Well, I mean, the engine gives very small black advantage, but this says nothing. So,
Yes.
or maybe there's some ideas. I mean, but it was very important to if black would not have this, had not interposed a6, a4, then it would be a losing blunder. This d5, quite interesting. So what happened here? Okay, bishop g5 is normal. This is a very okay. As I said, if white plays queen a4 check, there must be some very concrete idea behind it, because otherwise, if white plays slowly and black plays short castle, then the queen is a bit stupid on a4 for a kingside attack. But here, it's really connected with a very concrete idea. It's interesting. I wouldn't have thought that this can be any advantage for white, but it seems to be interesting. It's modern chess. Okay, okay. Black doesn't have a choice, I think. Okay, check. Bishop takes d5. Castle. But still I would think that it's totally okay for black. Because still white has to take back a pawn in a way.
Right now?
I don't know. If I was black and I did not know the theory, that I would think I'm perfectly fine with black. It's this beautiful bishop on f6, and if white takes an e6, okay, the rook is not so well placed here, and f-line might be useful later. Strange. But I don't think that white will play rook takes e6 then. Probably rook 81 or move like this then to increase the pressure. Or maybe something like queen b3.
Queen b3 now, yeah.
Or rook d1, I don't know. No, the computer doesn't like it. No, this is too slow. I think rook 81, I guess. And look where the black queen is going. Because if the queen goes to the e-line, then maybe knight d5 is unpleasant. I mean, let's say queen e8 and then maybe knight d5 then. Although it's also the computer is not impressed. But it's very hard to believe for me that in this position that black can have any problems. And also Harika used up a lot of time, so this doesn't look like a preparation. Although the computer in a moment likes it for white, but still I think that black is perfectly fine here. If there's not a brilliant trick now, but so after rook takes e6, I mean, even black can take in c3 if she wants, or queen d7 and rook e8, and maybe even knight to d4 now. because of the knight d4 and okay, maybe this is a blunder. Don't know why exactly, but
why not taking on f6?
ah, sorry, this was the the rook can take back. This
Yes,
I had
yeah.
not seen. Okay, and of course, you're right. Because otherwise, black would have a very good position. But here, in fact, black just lost a piece.
Yeah.
No, because otherwise, knight d4 would be very strong. Then. Yeah, but black, of course, has not to go. I mean, black could take in c3 or could play just queen d7 and. I think black is fine here.
I think so too.
Strange. It's a bit funny because if you play queen a4 check, then one should think that this is preparation by Harika, but I don't understand.
Surprises for us.
Some strange things happening here concerning opening preparation. Yeah, this was the setup that we expected from both sides. And now what I think this is, I must say here in this move order, as I said, there are similar move orders that were popularized very recently by German superstar Vincent Keimer. But in this move order with the black bishop on f5, I don't see really active ideas for white. I mean, there is this idea to, as we looked at with e4. Maybe in this, there's a tactical trick now to play e4 immediately. If this works, then, but the computer doesn't think so. Just to show, because after de4, black cannot take with the knight. Because now I would lose a piece here.
Yeah.
And this is insofar serious that also black cannot retreat with the bishop, because white would win a piece here with this simple pawn fork. So this is a serious move to consider. But of course, black absolutely must play bishop takes e4. And it's lucky for black that this is working, because otherwise you already would lose a piece. And here is the question whether white has any way to exploit this position, but according to the engine, not. But of course, you always should watch out for these tricks in similar positions. There's a line when this is winning, basically, for white. But here it seems it's just okay for black then.
Interesting.
But this shows that even in such innocent positions, you have to watch out very carefully. But here it seems this is okay for black. And if this is okay for black, then I don't think that that white has got anything here. In contrary, as an old Slav player, I think I would like the black position. Well, still, I mean, it's not nothing concrete, but basically, well, probably anyway, it's a good move to prophylactically retreat here, and then in some moment you can activate the center, put the queen to e7, in some moment change this bishop here. And I would think with black that I'm maybe even slightly better, but it's... Oh, you see, the engine agrees, but of course it says nothing here. Okay, again, wait a...
Today you're so quick. I don't know what's happening.
I'm sorry. Regained a bit of energy after my infection.
This is good news. Okay.
I'm already on 85% energy.
Then go back to the game between Dinara and Jiner. What happened? Yeah, as we expected, e5 was played. Take, take. Queen b3 and b6.
Oh yeah, white has activated her bishops. So, which position do you like better?
Always the difficult questions. I think white, because I don't see what to do with my knight on f6.
Yeah, I think I like white very much, in fact, because in my view, white has got all the positional trumps here. The bishop pair, plus a mobile center, because if you compare the pawn formations, the black majority here, it absolutely cannot be seen what to do with this, because the only push b5 is won't be possible for a long time, while white has got very nice, this move of course is very nice, just blocking here the strong black bishop. And white later will be able to advance with her pawns. Very dangerous plan for black. This bishop is beautiful. If black not within the next 2 or 3 moves can drum up some concrete counterplay, then she will be very hard pressed. The queen will return to c2. And then both diagonals against the black king are also dangerous. I think this is a beautiful position for white, even though the computer just gives a small advantage for white, but unless there's some very strong concrete plan now for black, but maybe some kind of knight regrouping, knight d7, e5. But I don't think it achieves so much. Maybe knight d7 and then queen c2 to play f5 to restrict the white center. Maybe. And then play the knight to e5. But still, I think with the 2 bishops in the long run, and now also the drawback is that here this diagonal will be extremely strong. Here on the black side, I would be very unhappy.
Nevertheless, I want to stop the center with f5. I like this. And also very interesting, Dinara still has 1 hour 28 minutes left.
Yeah, so she obviously is still in her preparation.
Yes. Or she is following your advice with the time. Yes.
But this is very quickly, if you don't know the theory. Yeah, I think no. Yeah, but Dinara played really many positionally strong games, and just in time pressure there was some mistakes crept in. So maybe today is the day for the for the well-deserved full point. Because on positional level she played really maybe one of, in my view, she was one of the best players in this tournament.
Yeah.
Concerning the strategic positional level. Interesting. Okay, let's move on.
Alina against Humpy.
Yeah, no, it will be interesting to see what.
And she decided to take.
Okay, this is a bit boring.
Okay, yeah, this is really boring.
Strange.
Huh.
I mean, maybe even this is slightly better for white, but I think the other options that we analyzed before were more interesting.
Yes.
But still the symmetrical positions. Interesting idea for counterplay. Because now the white f-pawn is pinned, so white has to make a bit awkward.
d3 or what?
Well, okay, but after queen d3 I don't think that white can have anything.
What do you want to play?
Queen e1 I wanted to play with.
Queen e1, okay.
Oh, why not? I mean, now the idea is maybe to play with c3, and if the queen retreats, then in some moment to play f3, and the bishop has to move and the knight has to go to c4. And if white implements these plans, then it might be a bit better for white. Okay, but queen d3 would be... Of course, it's a legal move, but wouldn't speak for extremely high fighting spirit in this moment. Or maybe for endgame lovers, of course.
Yes, I'm an endgame lover.
Yeah, but I think this reaction of white was a bit lame.
Yeah, I don't like it so much.
Yeah,
I prefer d5.
Yeah, but also the other one, also this simply, also this taking on. No, what did we say?
No, we had knight c3.
A knight c3.
And then bishop g4.
Yeah, also knight c3 and then bishop g4 now to take in e5. I mean, okay, now black can also retake with the knight. Maybe she didn't like that one. Yeah, maybe this is not so clear. Because now in some moment knight d4 might be unpleasant. Yeah, okay, so maybe. But d5, of course, this was a very principled approach to play for some long-term slight advantage in King's Indian style. And here I think with white wants something Queen e1 and was interesting. As we said, if white, it looks harmless, but if white does have some dynamic potential with c3, f3, bishop b3, knight c4, and all the pieces are out of sudden coming out. And if white puts the pawn to f3, this is in the symmetrical positions. This is a typical structure that is slightly better for white, because now this pawn on e5 is not so easy to protect, and to do it, the knight has to go to a bit clumsy square, and so this can be something for white. Even though so maybe it was not so bad what Alina played. But it's strange that she's thinking now, because really it seems the only alternative is queen d3, and then if this was the idea, this is less impressive.
Sorry.
I mean, white is not worse, I think, but it's...
Yeah, but I agree. Queen to e1 is much stronger than
Yeah,
queen d3.
also the engine sees a bit of white advantage here.
Okay. Next game, the fighting game between Elisabeth and Nana.
Oh yeah, they played exactly the moves that we mostly expected.
King b1 and knight
and
b6.
black shows her hand with knight b6.
Okay, and now you will ask again what my idea for white is, right?
Yes, good.
Oh no! Okay, let's have a look.
I don't know. If in the moment, I would even slightly prefer the black position, because I don't see a clear white plan, and this usually makes me nervous.
I agree. The king in the center looks very safe for black.
Yeah, although it seems the engine likes white quite a lot, but I don't know what's the concrete idea. I know knight c4 looks...
Okay, so I go for a prophylactic move and moving with my queen. And the idea is, if you then play knight to c4, then I go for f5. And then I might take someone on f6 and go for knight to d5. And then I'm hoping for something.
Yeah, also, I think it's a good... maybe queen e1 or something. Or
Yeah, I'm not sure about this. And why e1?
I don't know.
I was thinking about... Okay.
Don't tell me you want to go another square, because...
You don't like f2?
No, because I'm very much afraid of an exchange sacrifice on c3.
Yeah, you're right. Oh, these exchange sacrifices. Okay. I agree.
I mean, maybe, well, not just to show the idea, well, queen f2 also does have the drawback that in knight g4, we have to think about this, and this is unpleasant. But just to show the basic idea, then maybe not in this moment, but this type of exchange sacrifice with knight a4.
It's already killing.
Yeah. Yeah, this is very dangerous.
Okay.
This was the
Queen
reason
e1.
why I wanted to play to play queen e1 in this position.
I'm convinced.
If we play some prophylactic move.
Yeah, see? And she likes my idea. Nice. I'm surprised.
Yeah, no, queen e1 is... Yeah, also it does have the advantage to open the d-line, so now we've got a threat take, and then black cannot retake, because if bishop takes b5 check.
Poh, such a strong move.
Well, okay, but probably black will play something like queen c7 now, I guess, and... putting again the question to white what to do.
Oh, not again. I already found
I'm
two
sorry.
great moves. Okay. h3 maybe.
Yeah, it's the question whether black does have any threats. Well, always the sacrifices in b5, but here it doesn't work because after just to show the idea what it doesn't work here, but some ideas that one consider now. Bishop if c2 would be protected, then bishop b5 might be interesting, but because now the queen is attacked and the knight is landing on d6, hitting the rook, but here of course it doesn't work because c2 is under attack.
Yeah, now this is the disadvantage of queen e1. But still, I go for h3.
Yeah, I think h3 is a reasonable move. Just keeping the tension, although, well, engine is not happy about it. And some moment black will play b4. I mean, it's and put the question where to go with the knight, because knight e2 looks.
Look at this. Elisabeth also went for queen e1. Wow, I'm feeling like a Sicilian player right now.
Yeah, queen e1 is reasonable move then. And I think queen c7 as well. Yeah, it's interesting. Although both sides have so active pieces, it's extremely difficult to undertake a concrete operation without taking some disadvantages. In the moment, neither white wants to change in e5, nor to play f5, and black doesn't want to take in f4, because then white would have, and maybe here in this position, even e5 might be interesting, but just bishop f4
and then later e5.
Yeah, and also, as I said, this to give this square to the white knight, this is always pretty dangerous. So that's why I think that black also will keep the tension, and I think queen c7 makes sense, because as I said, otherwise it threatens fe, and after d this covered check, so the black queen doesn't feel comfortable here in the d line. So I think queen c7.
But now engine didn't like my move h3 too much. But what else?
Yeah, it's very hard for white to find a clear way to increase the pressure. I think in some moment to jump into d5, but in many situations when white somebody has taken d5 and f6 and jump into d5, but always in the end, if white tries to undertake some tactical operations, it's unpleasant that c2 is hanging in the end in some longer variations. So what's a good move for white here to improve the position without giving anything to black?
Is king a1 threatening now to take on b5?
Okay, this is hyper-prophylactic. Okay, never saw in this position king a1, but maybe it's interesting. Okay.
I would go for h3.
Yeah, I think h3 also would move. It's possible, but okay, but maybe this is hyper-prophylactic.
Yeah, sorry for that, but I'm a positional player.
Yeah, it's not easy here to find a. I think I also would play h3 probably, although if I wouldn't know that the engine doesn't like it at all. But what else? I mean, f5 I don't want to play.
I think this is too early.
Yeah, after f5 black will play bishop c4 and then and probably feel more happy.
See, this is the move from the engine.
Although, yeah, no, maybe I just want to say if we play it concretely, now to take in c4. Because if black takes with the knight on c4, what black basically wants, now we have the chance to take in f6 and play knight to d5.
With tempo.
And now probably we've got a bit with white. Although maybe even this is not disastrous for black, but... And if black takes with the pawn, now the knight on b6 is clumsy. Now we have knight d2, and now we have the typical nice plan. Knight f1 to e3, And then controlling here the... So maybe this is the way to go here.
I go for f5 right now, yeah.
After queen c7, yeah.
Yes, after queen c7.
And taking on b3 I don't think is an option. Probably it's also quite good to
C
play with
take.
c takes b3
Yeah,
and then
rook c1.
rook
Yes.
c1. And then black has absolutely no attacking chances anymore.
Yeah, I like this with white.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, maybe this is the reason why Nana is thinking. But to play a knight off well, so this was the weapon of the world champions, as it was called because it was such a favorite of both Fischer and Kasparov. Not only you have to know tons of theory, but you really have a very good positional feeling for this. And these positions are very special. You can't transpose knowledge from any other openings to it. Yeah, but altogether we like Elisabeth's position.
Yes. So before we go into the first break, let's have a look at the game between Alexandra and Anna. What happened here? Alexandra is leading with 1 hour on the clock. This is completely crazy. So knight f6, castling d5. Take, take, bishop e2, and taking on e2.
Yeah.
Crazy. 1 hour.
It's crazy that Anna used up so much time because the black moves are absolutely normal.
Yes.
Very strange.
I mean, understandable was a6 here. I think that she needed some time, but she found it, and then later on I don't really understand the problem.
A professional like her must know this line. I mean, this is impossible. It's
I don't know.
Very strange.
Crazy.
I mean, objectively, I think black is absolutely fine here, as mentioned before, but
1 hour.
Very strange things happening in this tournament. To use up 1 hour to reach this position, and it's
for 9 moves, and it wasn't too complicated, I would say.
Well, I know somebody who sometimes does similar things and makes her trainer very unhappy. I don't want to mention names here, but well, maybe they had after queen e2 checked, because if black goes bishop e6, then it might be interesting to play f4 here then. But I guess, of course, black will play bishop e7. Maybe she's afraid of something with rook e1.
But now bishop e6. And then again f4 or what?
Maybe, but it's hard to imagine. It looks very artificial, the white setup. I studied it a bit some years ago because I was playing this with white. And I had one game against this line also with a6 played, I think, against Van Wely in the Bundesliga. But it's not, I remember it's absolutely nothing for white. Yeah, I think black is absolutely fine here. I don't think that f4 has black can even just play g6 if she wants it. This is nothing. Okay, so maybe time for a first break.
Yes.
I'm sure you would like to enjoy our image films, in case you didn't see them 100 times already.
Yeah, and it's great to see Alexandra finally having a good position after the opening and also having 1 hour more time on the clock than Anna.
Yeah, but poor Anna, I don't know, somehow she's maybe a bit blocked today, because to use up so much time is usually not a professional approach.
Yeah. Okay, so let's have a break and see you soon.
See you soon.
I'm joined by Harika here in the press center. Another very interesting and long game against Dinara Wagner. Finally, the game was a draw. But as we've just seen going over the game in the computer, it was far from easy. A lot of different tactics and hidden ideas. What's your assessment of the game now that you've finished with the draw?
It was reverse kings in attack, kings in defense, and I don't know, it was surprise for me and for her, I think. We just played over the board. And I think position was more or less fine. I preferred my position somehow because I felt it's easier and any kind of ending could become better for me. But yeah, she played very solid. I tried to find chances, and I think in 40th move I made mistake out of time trouble. And after that, okay, it's minus for me, but I think it's very complicated to understand. One small error can make it, it can equalize very easily. So I think that's what happened.
Okay, so a follow-up question about the opening. You mentioned that you were both playing a game, and none of the two of you were tremendously familiar with the position. Do you feel, as a player, more confident in these positions where you just have the game, or do you prefer to be into something you're very knowledgeable about when you go for the opening?
Actually, I'm fine with anything. Both ways I can play, so it's not a big problem for me.
But you were telling me that you do play the King's Indian with black, so you were familiar with the ideas of the middle game.
Yeah, definitely. I think both of us, she's also a D4 player, both of us knew, and I was a tempo up in King's Indian defense, so we just played a game. I think it was very interesting. Other than the mistake I played, I think overall it was very interesting.
Okay, and how are things shaping up for the last 4 rounds? How are your energy levels after? I've just interviewed with Nana, and she said she was already quite tired because of the long tournament. How are you feeling after these grueling 8 rounds of play, 7 rounds plus the rest day?
I think I'm just enjoying because after a while I'm playing classical chess. It's been a little hard in the beginning, but I think slowly I'm getting into it, and yeah, I'm looking forward for some good games in the last 4.
Okay. As you know, and this is my last question, the next stage of the Grand Prix will be held in Delhi, in India. I'm not sure where you're from in India. Are you from Delhi as well?
No, I'm from south part of India. I'm from Hyderabad.
Okay. So what does it mean for you to play the next leg in your home country?
I think it's a great opportunity after, I don't know when I played such a strong tournament in India, in women's tournament. So I'm looking forward and excited that we are going to host it.
Of course, after the Chennai Olympiad, where I remember you were present, although you couldn't play many games at that point, there's a lot of buzz for Indian chess now. Where do you stand as a player in this buzz of Indian chess? So what are you thinking for the future for chess in India?
No, I think India has a very bright future. You can see a lot of players coming up, a lot of tournaments, strong tournaments which were never held before are happening in India. So that's great news for India. And where I stand, I don't know. People should decide where I stand in chess fraternity in India. But yeah, I'm quite happy that things are happening very positively for India.
Okay. At least I notice, talking with you and seeing your reactions after the games, I notice that in general, at least my perception is that Indian players are able to keep a very optimistic point of view after the games, even in defeat, even in win, even in draw. That's something I've noticed, and it's very enjoyable. Do you think this is something that is special for India? But I don't see this in other countries. What's the secret there?
I don't know. I am hearing this for the first time. Maybe it is possible that we are more positive in general. I think in general, overall, as a human, we are positive, and maybe that's what is showing in the results and optimism and everything.
Thanks for coming to the press center.
Yeah, thank you.
Hi. Back to our commentary, and there were some interesting developments already. Especially I was fascinated by the concept of Tan against Mariya Muzychuk, because we left in a position which looked very closed and like a very slow game, slow game ahead. We had discussed the tactical possibility of e4, which comes close to win a piece, with the, but not quite. And Tan implemented this idea, but so to say, not in a tactical, but in a very positional way. She's sacrificing a pawn, and in exchange, she's getting the bishop pair and some activity. So it's a very bold and very creative concept. How good it is, objectively speaking, is another question. And now she played this idea that we discussed after changing, because otherwise, if she doesn't play it now, then this exchange basically makes black quite happy with the e-line. But it's linked with this very concrete idea. And now black has to take, of course. The bishop may not retreat, because otherwise e5 will fork two pieces. Now obviously black may not take with the knight, because afterwards the bishop on d6 would be en prise. So this is absolutely forcing black's hand. Black has to take with the bishop, like we said in the other line. And now the idea was just to play in a positional way. White has got the two bishops and get some kind of activity here. But on the other hand, black has won a healthy pawn. So the engine isn't too impressed about the white concept, but it leads now to a lively, interesting position. Well, rook e8 looks very reasonable, rook a1, queen c7, quite normal moves to develop. Of course, black has to go, evacuate her queen from the d-line, and bishop c4. Yeah, the bishops look really quite beautiful. But in case black can exchange one bishop, then of course the white compensation might become questionable. That's interesting. It's a sharp position now, and not easy to play for both sides. So which side would you prefer now?
I have to admit that I was thinking about this line, but then I decided not to go for it because I didn't see enough compensation. So for me, it's very interesting now that Zhongyi went for this. So I prefer white. Yeah.
Yeah, also I don't see the real... maybe simply rook a8, or what should black do? I mean... but it's also not easy to play. I mean, the move that I really would like to play, if this knight would not be en prise, I would very much like to play this move knight e5 with black to change some pieces. Because if black succeeds in this, then probably white wouldn't have any real compensation. But in the moment, this knight is still hanging, so it's not possible. So one idea would be to retreat this knight to f6, with the idea then to go now. There's too many arrows now. Yeah, thank you.
It's not so easy for black to play. For example, knight to b6. Then I'm thinking about bishop d3.
Yeah, exactly.
And then there is no knight f6.
Yeah, this would, if this knight goes to b6, this would weaken the king side. I think this also, where the knight can go to c5, but this looks a bit dubious. I mean, it's playable, I guess, but... Well, does ever black can play rook, of course, rook a to d8, or maybe just to play prophylactic move knight to f6. And now with the idea to, in the next move, to play the knight to e5 then. I mean, as I said, if now black succeeds to play knight to e5, then I think black would be better, because I just change my ideas to change the knights, and on e5 to change the bishops, and then I will be a pawn up. I mean, still maybe white will have bit compensation with the bishop, but
Okay, now I would attack your bishop. Oh, here. Something with the queen. I want to attack this bishop so that you don't have knight to e5. But not
yeah,
sure.
you can, but you have to put your queen a bit on a clumsy zone, because
Yeah,
in queen
exactly.
d2 I've got bishop f4 and
Yes.
your queen d3 maybe, but it's not exactly the square you want to go, I guess. But it's possible, I mean.
Okay.
Maybe I can go bishop f4 now. No, that's interesting. Yeah, I must say I'm also not so sure, but this is my move knight ef6 because it's a bit slow, and yeah, now in fact white does have some tactical threats then.
I'm satisfied with my idea.
It makes me happy if you're satisfied, of course. Yeah, also, but it seems even here the computer likes the black position, but well, maybe the point being there's no threat if I just play rook a8. And
Okay, let's have a look. No threat, you see. Well, at least you don't have knight to e5.
yeah, this makes me very sad.
Sorry for that.
Well, okay, now it's a bit far, but I mean, I don't think that really this move knight. I just wanted to emphasize this idea of the knight ef6, knight to e5. I don't think that black should play this without being forced to. That e to f6. I'm sure there are better moves.
But it was an interesting one.
Yeah.
And if you manage to play knight to e5, I think this is okay for you. Just exchange and then you're a pawn up in the end game.
Yeah, I mean, it's the basic rule if you're a pawn up, then to exchange some pieces. But easier said than done in practice. I mean, black does have some maybe flexible move, rook e8. This would be normal move then. And just ask white what she's going to do. And if you play rook fe1, probably then to retreat the knight then. So I think this would be some normal. After rook a8, black has activated all her pieces, and if white now doesn't have something concrete, I mean, then I think objectively, yeah, also the engine is, but I think it's about equal position. I mean, white does have some compensation. So I think the idea of Tan was, from a practical point of view, was a good decision, because otherwise she would have a pretty passive position without a concrete plan and perspective. So it's, I think this was pretty good.
Interesting idea. And I'm happy to see this idea, because I was also thinking about it. But I have to say, I wouldn't have gone for this move. So let's have a look on the other games. Here we have Dronavalli against Zhansaya. So here we had d5 move and then take, bishop e6 and take on d5. Castle, take. And now she decided to immediately...
Yeah, that's what we proposed.
Yeah. Queen e8, attacking.
That's interesting, because here I think I expected
queen
95. 95 I expected.
Oh yeah, true. Yes, 95 we discussed. True.
But maybe black just goes queen f7 and keeps the extra pawn. So maybe it's not so intelligent. But still, I mean, now I can take in f6 and play queen b3, and will regain the pawn on maybe under better circumstances.
I don't know, somehow I like my knight.
Good
Maybe
luck.
I will need it later. When this pawn is gone, then just move directly to d5, for example.
Yeah, this was the line which I just had. But
Yes.
what happened in the game?
Queen c4.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just wondering why not queen b3.
Yeah, that's a good question. Maybe she didn't like knight a5. But
Yeah, and exchanging
Mhm.
queens. I was also thinking about this, but that must be fine.
yeah, but I guess then probably white will not take in e6 then. Because the knight on a5 is somewhat funny. Maybe to play queen b4 now or something.
Okay.
Because now, if you have to go b6, this looks a bit strange. And
Mm.
maybe then knight d5 and... Yeah, I think this knight a5 looks a bit artificial. But it's true, I also would think that white would play queen b3 with a double attack on e6 and b7 rather than queen to c4, which is only attacking e6. Yeah, strange. Okay, well, let's look what happened. There were some moves played.
Yes. Queens got exchanged.
Yeah, but I think in rook b1. Some strange things here. I mean, also with many guesses, I think I would not find rook b1 here. Very strange. Well, I think maybe I'd rather play rook e6 back to e1 or something, or rook b1, just to give the d line.
I think her idea is to play the knight to e4, exchange this bishop.
Well, okay, but if black is 100 moves not doing anything, that's
Yeah.
very strange. I mean, at least black can play knight d4. Ah, she did, yeah, knight d4, yeah. But then I think only black can be better, no?
And rook e2.
Yeah, very strange play.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe it's playable for white, but it looks very passive and...
But here we have a strong bishop
Yeah,
against a not so great knight, unfortunately.
and if black is not ambitious, then she can just take in c3 and play b6, and also it's extremely, maybe also very small advantage for black, because the d-line, and then next move rook d3, and I think Carlsen would easily win this ending.
I think I would take this knight right now. Take, and b6. Why not?
Well, I think here's without any risk, black has a small advantage. White still has this back rank issue, and then you play next move rook d3. You can enter what this white pawn structure is not very good. You can play rook d3 and switch maybe the other rook here to the against the weak pawns. The king is close to the center. Okay, well, you have to cope with rook e7. This is the only thing, but I mean, if you want to win, so maybe this is the only thing that you have to after b6. I mean, not after, in the moment rook e7 is not an issue because of rook f7. But maybe there's time to play the king to f7 to parry this threat, and well, I mean, it's a small advantage for black. If black is really ambitious, then maybe we'll try somehow to play with bishop against knight, but of course on e4 the knight will be quite nice.
Yeah. This is my idea. Somehow king f1, f3, knight e4. Something like this. And I think then there is no chance to lose, right?
Still black does have a queenside majority to play c5, and
I would go for this rook endgame.
yeah, I think it's an option. I think it's just slightly better for black then. Or the other option, just to keep playing somehow with the bishop, but I don't know what's the best concrete move then. Well, maybe move like rook fe8, I don't know. Why not? I mean, it's all not a big deal. There are many possibilities. But in fact, it's interesting that here in this moment there's a principal decision for black was to take in c3 with very small risk-free advantage. I mean, any move is risk-free for black here. I mean, it's
Yeah.
also
true.
with a knight on e4, it is more, I think, a defensive formation for white than anything else.
Yeah.
Okay, but anyway, so I think black has got slight advantage here, and the white approach here with queen a4 check in the opening and then d5 is very strange because it's forcing and it leads to a position where black probably is slightly better. It's
Yes. Here this position.
very strange.
Yeah. Worked out well for Zhansaya.
Yeah, maybe Harika mixed up this theoretical lines, I guess, because it's
Okay. We have the interesting game between Alexandra and Anna. Anna only has 22 minutes left. Phew. And only move 14 so far. So what happened? She took bishop e7, d3, castling.
Ah, okay. Maybe the castle was not but
Interesting. Do you think there is enough compensation for black?
I don't know, but it was not forced to play to castle. I mean, I would not be afraid. I would maybe in this position first play bishop g4 to provoke f3, and then to play bishop e6. Then.
Yeah, that's what we were
I
discussing.
don't think that f4 here is so strong. Maybe even just g6. It's also queen d7 is maybe possible, but unless white can play some. Maybe she was afraid of some pawn sacrifice here. Don't think it's too convincing. Well, on the other hand, castle obviously is a pawn sacrifice. So it's
Not having much time left, and I don't see compensation. This is weird.
here this position looks very solid for black. I mean, it's
Yes.
really, this f4 is really absolutely the only plan. Okay, I can understand that if you think about queen d7, maybe this is not so convincing because after bishop d2, now you then really cannot play the short castle because after f5, this is losing material. But just to play g6 here. I think the only idea for white, if you want to do something active, can be this pawn sacrifice. Otherwise, it's okay. Now is the decision. I mean, if you, maybe she was afraid of this, and then the white bishop comes to h6. If she takes with the bishop, then or to g5. I don't know. Yeah, this the computer likes for. Bishop, don't know where.
h6.
Yeah, here's maybe some serious white compensation and the white rook coming to e1. So this means after f5, black has to take with the pawn. Oh, but on the other hand, why not? This pawn can be this can be quite nice if black plays the long castle later. Now the idea being queen d7 and maybe long castle. I mean, of course it's sharp, but okay, let's see bishop g5 to be a bit more concrete. No, but I can understand that you're a bit afraid with black. Because now it's threatening to take in f6 and d5. Yeah, maybe here's it's not so clear what black is doing.
Yes, but on the other hand, sacrificing this pawn, this is also not clear what to do.
No.
And this position I don't like at all with black. Maybe she was hoping for opposite colored bishops. Somehow
Yes, okay,
having a draw here.
This is, as they say, in professional and among professionals playing for two results. I mean, obviously only white can win with the pawn up. Very strange decision, but it's interesting because I was absolutely sure that this line is not dangerous for black. Maybe it's not the best decision to take in e2. Maybe knight c6, but then knight f4 is coming. Because as I said, I prepared this line with white some time ago, and I came to the conclusion it's absolutely harmless.
Why not knight e6?
Yeah, it's also possible.
And then there is no knight f4?
Yeah, but sometimes it's...
Hmm. Yeah, I was hoping for d4 right now.
mhm.
Maybe it's too slow.
Well, now the idea maybe to play d4, but maybe now first to play d3, and then the idea to attack with f4, f5. Interesting. Maybe I should retake the line with white. That's so dangerous. Also, very interesting preparation by Alexandra, because maybe there are some new developments. Because when I left the line some years ago, they said it's if black knows this trick, first to go a6 and then d5, that it's absolutely harmless. Interesting. Yeah, but now this will be a very unpleasant defensive struggle for Anna. And of course in her tournament situation for Alexandra it's perfect. Because also a draw is basically a good result if you lead with 1 point. And decent chances to win the game somehow. And especially this black pawn structure, if white gets the time to play a5. Okay, black will play c4 somehow, I guess.
Yeah.
And maybe she should do it relatively quickly. Then she can do it.
Right now?
Maybe. Okay, maybe first place this and
Yeah. And then c4.
then probably c4. But still, it's just a pawn up for white. And I mean, of course, if all the rooks would be exchanged, it would be dead draw. But with the bishops of different color. But as long as rooks are on, white has decent chances to win the game in the long run. Okay, so let's...
Good chances for Alexandra to win this game.
And the tournament, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, and for this concerning winning the tournament, this is a very... after we left after queen e1.
Queen e1, then knight
fd7.
fd7.
Okay, well, to take in e7, I guess, is pretty automatical.
Yes.
Now is the question. Okay, Elisabeth played the interesting move knight to e2. This would not be my first idea, but maybe it's brilliant.
What exactly is the idea behind knight e2?
It looks a bit passive to me, to be honest.
Yes, I don't really get it.
I don't know. But maybe first take a look at to understand the position, what's going on here, because maybe then we will understand what is the point here. I must say, I would even at least for a moment, I would consider bishop takes b5 here. I don't really think it works, but just to show what's the idea, just... Well, the engine doesn't like it at all, but well,
Just protect.
just hitting d6, and with the idea of black plays knight c4 to protect it, and the bishop is trapped. This was basically one of the ideas then.
But there's also rook c6.
Yeah, but after rook c6, my idea was to go knight a5 then. And here, so at least in the blitz game, I think it might be a dangerous idea, because there's some probably black is just castling here. I mean, it gives back the pawn on d6, and then probably white doesn't have enough for the piece. Plays rook a8 or so then.
And another question. Is it possible to play d5?
And then bishop f5 and so on. Yeah, probably d5
Yes.
is also a good idea.
Attacking on c2 later?
The engine doesn't like it too much, because it just can go back with... Yeah, but I mean, probably black can just play short castle.
Yes. This is good enough.
But still, I think it's interesting in this Sicilian positions. You always have to check these tactical motives, because in some moment it might be brilliant, in the other moment it doesn't work at all. But it's okay. But we still didn't figure out why Elisabeth played knight e2 then. Okay, what are the alternatives? Put it this way, because in the other line, I think we wanted to play f5 here.
f5, yeah.
And still, I wonder why not to play f5 here.
I like f5. Let's try this.
Yeah.
And then we wanted to
Yes.
take.
Maybe black can retake with the rook
With-
now.
Oh, with the
Because
rook.
no, because if you take with the pawn, I think this is better for white. If you take with the pawn, then I play knight d2 and I have this simple knight f1 e3 plan, and
Okay,
well,
yeah.
this is beautiful for white.
Very convincing.
But maybe the idea was to retake with the rook, and be more active, but still, because now knight d2 is the big question whether black can sacrifice in c3. Then. Otherwise, knight d2 is also very strong here, but maybe black can play the rook, the sacrifice, and get some strong long-term compensation. Yeah, the
And
engine
why not
agrees.
queen d2, attacking d6?
Yeah, no, it was just to show what's the difference. Yeah, queen d2 is interesting. Well, b4 is maybe the question now, but then just knight d5, I guess. Yeah, also the engine likes it.
I also like it.
So after f5, is there any other take in b3? But I don't think that black wants to take in b3.
Then I take with the c pawn.
Exactly, this is a very important strategic motive that here, this is nice opening the c line, and now the white king is very safe here then, behind these 3 pawns. Yeah, so f5 looked simple and strong. But maybe it's, but I noticed this problem if your it looks too primitive somehow. If you study these lines, you're used that you need some very sophisticated ideas and plans, and this just looks too simple, too simplistic, so to say. But here f5, in fact, it's a very primitive idea to play f5 and swap bishop after bishop c4. This looks very good. I mean,
And change into a strategic game.
maybe black should take with the knight and accept knight d5 and then retreat with the queen. Go, I don't know, maybe even queen g5. Maybe this isn't so bad for black. Although, speaking about a positional game, now maybe just to play knight d2 then.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, this looks nice for white. So it seems after f5, Elisabeth would have some advantage. I said probably she thought it's too primitive. I didn't know this feeling very well. Because in the game, this move knight e2, this looks, I don't like it. The knight is,
It's so weird giving up the d5 square.
yeah,
You think her idea was queen a5 somewhere.
yeah, maybe. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, very good point. Maybe queen a5 is there, but yeah, knight f6 looks normal. And now the knight, yeah. Yeah, it will be interesting to ask Elisabeth afterwards why she didn't play f5 then. But somebody thought that you're Judith Polka.
I don't think so.
No, Russian, not Russian. I am.
Russian I am.
But I will dare to ask Elisabeth only if she didn't lose the game, otherwise. Never ask somebody who lost the game some stupid questions. Why she didn't play better moves.
Okay, but still her position is completely fine.
Yeah, still anything can happen, of course. Yeah, but if something like this happens, then usually the trend is going upwards to the other side. This is a very interesting question of these trends in chess games. This is a very intelligent book by Alexander Yamulinsky, The Road to Chess Improvement, where there's a big chapter about this question about trends in the game and what to do, how to break trends and how to feel them, and so this is for practical players very, very important topic. Okay, you said the white game is still fine, so what you do now?
Oh, always.
To prove your point.
I guess queen a5 was her idea.
Yeah, but after, let's say, queen b7, it's not so clear why it's so
Yeah, I
brilliant.
don't really understand knight e2. I'm sorry. I would have played f5, as we analyzed before.
Yeah, I think after f5, white has a relatively risk-free advantage. And while now black basically has nice pieces and quite good control, and even worse, now I don't know what is a good white plan. Well, but maybe a psychological point why she played knight e2, not to be nervous all the time about exchange sacrifices in c3 if she moves her queen. Yeah, but I guess you're right, Veronika, that this queen a5 probably idea attracted Elisabeth.
Well, then the queen is standing there, but how to continue? Just queen a5, queen b7, and then I don't get this queen there.
Well, the question is, what's the black threat now? For now, finally we play this move h3, which might be useful in some cases. Okay, just to show whether black does have any threat, I mean, let's say we just play h3 now. To let black show her hand. Because now most probably black won't play the short castle, because if black plays short castle now, then really the plan with f5 and g4 will become serious. Now f5 and then it's a very simple pawn roller. This is probably deadly for black, I guess. And if black cannot castle, then it's the question. I mean, how to improve her position. I mean, in this way, the knight on e2 is not so bad, because whenever black would change here, then the knight takes back on f4, which is pretty nice. And the point being, maybe even if black does not play the short castle, this plan with f5 and g4 can be quite interesting. But of course, without short castle, it's not so attractive. Black will get the h-line, but on the other hand, there's not so much to get on the h-line in the moment. Yeah, I think h3 is a move now relatively I would like, and then just wait what black is doing. Because this is also not easy for black with, if you can't castle and connect your rooks, and how I also don't see a plan how black can start some kind of attack. So maybe Elisabeth moves wasn't so bad after all. I mean, f5 I like better, but it was.
But still, you would ask her after the game.
Of course, if she doesn't lose. Otherwise, I have to refresh my techniques in self-defense before.
Yeah, but it would have been nice if one of the German players would win a game, because then we would have a German player here in our studio, and I think that would be very interesting, of course, for everyone here in this country.
And I'm sure you would like to make the interview then.
For sure, and then I will make it in German. Okay, let's have a look at the other games. I know you're not happy about this move, but
Alina,
she went for my idea,
how
queen
could you do it to
d3.
me?
I guess she also loves endgames. So take, castle, knight c4.
Well, it was, yeah, black put up her pieces in a very typical way to play f6 now, probably. Oh, second, there's a why didn't she play f6?
This is interesting.
Okay, maybe
yeah,
it's
but
but maybe
f6
it's
and then just d3 is dropping, yeah.
Yeah, but knight c5 is even stronger, maybe.
Take. Okay.
Yeah, but I must, I'm sorry, Veronika, to say it. The queen d3 totally backfired. It's only black was better now with two bishops.
Yeah.
While after queen e1 instead of queen d3, I think white is slightly better.
No, I agree. I totally agree with you. But this was just my first idea when I saw the position. But of course, this is much stronger.
Yeah, because now white has a lot of positional potential with c3, f3, bishop goes, knight c4, and here.
Yes. Gaining some tempos.
Yeah. This is dangerous for black.
Okay. Anyway, this happened. And we have this position right now. take.
Here it's very this type of ending is very dangerous for white, I think, because the two bishops are a very strong asset for black here. Maybe it's not disastrous yet, but yeah, now maybe just rook d8 with black and to play c5 and bishop c6 and this is like some Roy Lopez exchange variation that went wrong for white.
I'm really not happy with white. Black will go for c5 somewhere, I guess.
Yeah, you just have to prepare for knight f5.
Yeah, of course, prepare, but later c5.
Yeah, maybe rook d8, I think, why not? It's again primitive move, but and then maybe next move c5 and
king.
Don't know. I'm happy if I don't have to. Well, I don't know, because later bishop b5 check maybe might be annoying. But and after anyway, next move black. It depends whether black is afraid of white knight move to f5. If you're afraid of this, then you might even play g6 first and then c5. If not, then you play c5.
Is this a
instantly.
problem? I don't think so.
Well, me neither. I don't.
I mean, I could immediately play it also, but I don't think this is a good idea.
Yeah, black has both options. You can consider taking, but you can also just play bishop f8.
Yeah. Okay, but if we take, then we have here 3
No,
pawns
first
against.
you have to-
Sorry, I forgot about this. I wanted, of course, to take this
King
in
takes,
between. Yes.
takes. Yeah, and also the black king is very close here to the center.
Hmm.
King d7 maybe.
And these pawns are just stopped by 3.
Yeah, of
I
course.
just go like this.
Yeah. This?
Yeah, later. No, later.
Yeah,
To
yeah.
stop all the pawns.
No, but at first I think you will play king d7, c6.
Yeah.
You reach d5 with the black king.
No, I only
Mhm.
meant that these
Mhm.
pawns don't have any chance if I put my pawns like this.
You mean white cannot create a pass over?
Yeah, that's what I'm meaning.
Yeah, but now concretely king d7, and I think this is
And this king.
dangerous ending for white.
Yeah.
Black king is more active, better pawn structure. Black will just advance the pawns on the queen side.
Hmm.
Very dangerous.
Yeah,
So,
that's
so
why.
this means that knight f5 is not a threat.
Exactly. That's what I meant.
Mhm.
I'm not scared of this.
Well, the only
move.
thing after c5 that it's a bit weakening the square on d5, but some knight c2, e3 afterwards. But
if I don't play this move, then this knight will stay here forever.
yeah, no, I think if black wants to make progress, then we have to play c5.
Yeah.
Yeah, but anyway, this ending is just slightly better for black. I mean,
Yeah, for sure.
nothing else to be said, and so black has decent chances. Yeah, it's a very strange decision, queen d3. I don't know. I mean, also afterwards, I think white could play better, of course. But this is very strange. So it seems today is not Alina in absolutely top shape.
Yeah, yesterday she had a tough game too.
Which was yesterday the game of Alina?
She lost
This King's
against.
Indian that she lost. Oh my god, yeah, this was a bit depressing for black.
Yes.
Because this is the type of absolutely a nightmare King's Indian losses.
Yes.
That I suffered myself quite a lot
Mhm.
without learning that I should change the defense.
Oh, and a draw is agreed between Zhansaya and Dronavalli. So let's move to this game. Here. Okay.
I think Harika can be
So-
quite happy about this.
We had this position. Exchanged. Okay, this is rook b1, then exchange. And now she decided to go for this rook endgame. Where we were saying that only black is winning, playing for either win, but it might, of course, end in a draw, probably. And king e5.
No, I don't think this yet. She played king e5 first. because
Oh
the
yeah,
rook is-
sorry. This
I
is
think
just
probably it was
yeah,
just the last
putting
move
the
after.
kings into the center for agreeing for a draw. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think that Zhansaya was just basically was content with the draw in general. Even here, black might play on, I think, but it's. But she played it in a way that it shows that she was happy with the draw. Yeah, I think here the opening preparation, something totally went wrong with the opening preparation of Harika, because out of the opening she forced her opening to she forced her opponent to play some moves, and afterwards black was at least slightly better. So It's a bit strange, so I guess she mixed up something. Because black didn't play any surprising move. Okay, so let's go on. Oh yeah, this is a very interesting game.
Yeah, this very interesting game where Tan sacrificed the pawn. It was bishop c4 and knight df6.
df6, that's also interesting. It's very active.
Rook de1.
Yeah, but
To
still,
protect
it's
f2.
but it's a bit. This is why I did not propose this knight df6. I mean, objectively it's good, but it's a bit compromising because now you practically never can move this knight because then after you will get a very ugly double pawn here. So this would make me a bit nervous here as black because I mean it's also the engine likes it, but it's in a practical point of view it's not so easy to play. I mean. Also g3 is an interesting move here. She just wants to... I would probably try to double on the e-line now as white, but okay.
She went for g3.
Yeah. Okay, this is the black idea, this to double on the e-line. But on the other hand, now is the question, what is the black continuation here?
And what is the white continuation?
I don't know. No, I expected white to double herself on the e-line. Yeah, but still it looks very nice for black. I'm not sure that white does have full compensation here because black is nicely centralized. Only if white can put so much pressure on the knight on e4 that it has to go then. Now, of course, there are also some tactics in the air with the rooks doubled on the e-line of black. White has to look out for some tactical knight blows that... Yeah, what should white do? Rook e2?
Rook e2 or king g2?
Okay, why king g2? Because some tactics with knight g5? Or?
Oh, I only wanted to improve my king and protect the knight. Just
Okay.
in any case.
Yeah, also as black, it's not so clear to me what is the next black move here, in fact. Well, my idea was white would be, and that's the reason why I did not like this setup so much, but probably does black. My idea would be to play rook e2 with white, rook fe1, and bishop d3, and force this knight to move here. And if this knight has to move, this is very bad news for black, because then white can take this. I mean, and for this very simplistic reasons, I would not have chosen this setup with black. I'm sure there's some tactical justification, but if it goes wrong, then you will be very unhappy about what you did then.
Yeah. I also believe that here the other idea with
Yeah, no,
knight
but yeah,
e5 was better.
yeah, just flexible rook a8 first. Then.
Yes.
No, but the engine likes a lot what Mariya did. So I mean, probably objectively it's totally okay. The only drawback might be it's difficult to play if you have to find some very deep tactical justification to. Okay, but that's on the final position here. But I'm sure there's some tactical tricks now for black with this nice... Okay, let's say I would continue my primitive idea, rook e2. Engine doesn't like it. So...
Is there a problem with f2 somewhere?
f2.
Later, yeah.
You mean no bishop c5 or no? My problem would be as black, I don't know how to improve my position now. While for white is easy, the next move, rook fe1 and threatening bishop d3. Maybe she wants to go something knight d5 here. But but it's so simple. I mean, this in a practical game. If the white moves, and then if you didn't find an idea so far, then you've got a big problem. And I don't see now for black how to improve her position. I mean, maybe now she must evacuate this knight somehow, but I don't think this is what she wanted. And also in some moment there might be some ideas with white to go knight h4, f5 maybe. And
Oh, that's what happened right now.
okay. Still, I don't like this knight h4 move. Because black can go bishop e5, I guess. But really I would be curious what is the reaction after the simple plan, rook e2, and because the engine doesn't like it at all, so it's but in a practical game I think okay, but knight h4, I thought black can play bishop e5. Or maybe then okay, now it's very concrete. Oh, it's also interesting. Now it's getting very sharp. It's okay if Tan wins, then you have to polish your Chinese before the before the interview.
Yeah. What now? Queen a5 to protect f5? I have no idea.
No, well, it depends whether bishop e5 works or not. If it's possible, then I absolutely would play bishop e5. Or maybe knight g6 is the problem. Yeah. This is unlucky. Otherwise, I think bishop e5 would be a good move. But I think knight g6 probably is the refutation. Because after bishop takes b2 and then you take on e7 with check. And maybe it's an interesting move, knight h4. Oh, but the engine is maybe now some tactical tricks now. Wouldn't be a surprise with this nice e-line.
Taking on g3 someone? Or what idea do you have?
Thinking about some tricks with some ideas with knight takes f2, but it doesn't really work. Or maybe bishop c5 to put pressure now on. But knight f5 is. This is a very absolutely critical position of the game, I think. Definitively, it seems black does have a good move because the engine is optimistic, and here I would trust the engine in a way. What about bishop b4 is the question, where does the rook go? And then rook e2 and then something brilliant. Yeah, it's unpleasant because I have the feeling there's something for black, but I don't. Or maybe black can play something just to prevent knight f5, just to play queen c8, or it also looks artificial.
But it also has the idea to go to h3 and then
Yeah.
playing knight g4. So I like it more than my move, queen a5.
No, that's right. Why not queen a5? Yeah.
Because of knight to g6, I think. It still looks very strong.
Yeah, the black position is a bit shaky.
I'm not sure, in worst case, can't we just play here? Probably not. But I was thinking it's okay, and
Okay, probably rook takes e7. And then it's
yes,
the question how black retakes.
that's now the difficult part. I wasn't sure yet.
Probably, I thought your idea was to take with the bishop just to avoid the...
Yeah, that
the
was
double
one
pawn.
idea, yes. But queen is also possible.
But then knight f5
And then rook d1 later. Yeah, so my idea was to take with the bishop here.
yeah, but it looks a bit passive. Maybe
Yeah.
knight f5 and...
I'm not so happy, of course.
Yeah, then now knight f5 this is very dangerous because there's also a threat with knight h6 check and just to show them.
Mhm.
No, I think there's some dangerous threats here. Maybe black has some counter, just to show, I mean, just now some, because this threat is knight h6 check, and then out of a sudden the white queen is coming to g6, and then it would be total disaster. So, but she played something.
b5.
Ah, okay. It's a radical measure, but maybe it's good, because the bishop was so strong on this diagonal. But still, I don't think this was what Mariya really wanted when she played the setup with knight df6 and double the rooks. Because if black doesn't have tactical tricks now on the e-line, then I think it's easier to play for white. I mean, it's...
Yeah, it is.
Maybe knight c5 now.
It's so complicated. There are so many possibilities.
But anyway, altogether now I really like the white position.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Okay, so they look some other games. Now we think that that Tan has very strong compensation for the pawn and it's dangerous.
Yeah, this game is already
for
draw.
Mariya.
And here we have Alexandra against Anna.
Yeah, she kept her pawn and
Okay, so here exchange of 6 and c4, yeah?
yeah,
Take,
c4 is logical.
b5. Yeah, black of course just wants to exchange.
White doesn't.
To keep some winning chances. Take. And we have this position. Do you think there are any chances to win for Alexandra?
No. I think that Anna put up a good defensive setup.
So after all, Anna's idea was a good one.
Wait a moment. How did this all happen?
She castled.
Wait a moment, just to go back a bit. Ah, here. Yeah, well, if you think that the other line is really very dangerous, the lines that we analyzed, there's some white attacking chances, then maybe, and if you believe in your defensive skills to keep this ending, then maybe in practical speaking it was a brilliant decision, but still I wouldn't like to defend these endings. Although I think now she has really very good drawing chances, because to make progress, in fact, white hints that she's trying to push c4, but it will be very difficult to implement. On the other hand, this pawn on a5, maybe in some rook endings, if the rook comes to the 6th rank, or if the white king succeeds later to invade here, it's...
How do you want to receive a rook ending?
I don't know. In some... it's not easy, but...
Some kind of magic. Are you a magician?
Sometimes.
Oh really? I didn't know.
I know a very nice card trick, by the way.
I want to see it.
Okay. If you give me afterwards a deck of cards, I can show it to you.
I will ask you. For me it looks like a draw.
Yeah, most probably. Yeah, so maybe it was a good practical decision by Anna. If you believe that this ending is not dangerous with bishops of different color, then it's. And if you think that that the other line gives white dangerous attacking chance and is maybe some preparation, then maybe it was a good practical decision. So I've apologized for criticizing. Sorry, Anna. Maybe it was brilliant.
Okay, so here's the game between Elisabeth and Nana. We saw knight to e2, knight f6,
But she
and
didn't play
queen
on move h3.
Yeah, queen g3.
We liked it was still the white position after h3.
Yeah.
But queen g3.
Yeah, and now it's bishop g4.
And this I don't like so
Threatening
much.
to take and take. And rook d1. I think something went a little bit wrong for white.
Yeah, this I don't know, this queen g3 move I didn't like.
And also this knight on e2. Still don't really understand what she's planning with this knight.
Well, maybe she thinks that anyway now black will have to change on e2, so it's... No, maybe the basic idea is to hit the g7 pawn and somehow force black to do something about it.
Okay, but still, why not first going for h3 and then...
Yeah, or f5 as we said. We said it...
yeah, also this is of course interesting, yeah. And then the queen g3. Well, interesting.
But still it's very difficult to play for both sides. Also for black it's not so easy now. What's the right way to continue? Yeah, I mean, from the black perspective, the unpleasant thing is that it's very hard to see how to drum up any kind of attack against the white king. And if there's no attack against the white king, I mean, what are you really doing here? I thought maybe even to change in f4 and play queen to e5. Because now in the moment it's not so easy to hit the queen on e5 then. Yeah, especially on queen f4 now, we'll go queen e5. But of course, probably white would retake with the knight in this case. And this is the reason probably why it's not so brilliant. But still queen e5 and...
But now this knight makes sense, after all.
Yeah, no, this is the drawback of changing. But I was just thinking, because now you have to sit there to play knight a4 to create it finally some threat against the white king. And if white plays, well, white can play h3, but now probably bishop retreats, maybe even to d7, and or in first play to knight a4 and c3, rook takes c3, and no, I don't think it, but or b4, and I think now, because the queen on e5 is so nice then.
I like this idea, taking in queen e5.
Of course, double edge to let the white knight to f4, which very happy about the knight, but the other black queen is also happy.
Okay. We also have the game between Alina and Humpy. With this happened. Wow.
This is amazing, because we said this is just, if black just takes, it's comfortable advantage for black. And also after bishop f8, it's probably also advantage for black. But anyway, it was difficult to play for white, I mean. And now it's interesting decision for Humpy.
I would take this knight.
Yeah, I think if you play this against Magnus, you can also resign with white. It's
okay.
Yeah, okay, why not take the knight, but
Yeah.
Well, we analyzed this before, and we think
Yeah.
that just taking the knight and taking everything, and then maybe just to show the line, white has to take on d8, king takes, pawn takes, and now march with the king to d5 then. Now probably also white has to bring the king somehow, I guess. King of 1 probably, or g4. King would first go to king e2, king d5, king d3, and now maybe c5 and
And keep on moving with the
d5.
majority.
Well, maybe white can keep somehow, but also now the pawn endings are very bad, and
Yeah.
this type of position, I guess, is pretty dangerous for white. But even bishop f8 after knight f5 is not bad either.
Yeah.
Also keeps some advantage, I guess. Since
But I would take this knight and then I try to win, and if I don't win, then okay, it's draw.
okay.
I mean, I can't lose the position anymore. It's good
But also
news.
here, I think you will not lose the position.
Yeah, okay. And we have the game between
here.
Dinara and Jiner.
Yeah, here we didn't look for some time.
F3. 97.
Yeah, 97
Yes.
as we thought.
As it suggested.
H6 she played now.
Queen
Some
C3.
moment. Yeah. Oh, but the bishops are very strong. It's interesting that maybe something with bishop f3 now.
Something's wrong here. Okay, I need to take with the rook. But what is wrong here? And then
something on
taking on e3, right?
yeah, knight takes f3, but after gf, queen e3, there's still queen f2.
Oh no, in
then
this
queen g5
direction.
check.
Also,
No, okay. Okay, knight takes f3,
okay.
g
Take.
takes, queen takes e3, and now's the
Take.
problem after queen f2, there's queen g5 check, which is pretty unpleasant.
Oh, just check
And
here,
then
yeah.
bishop g4, then h5, or maybe f5.
Yeah.
Oh. It's a pity, because with beautiful bishops, I mean, normally only white can win, and here. Okay, let's go back just so after knight takes f3, if there's some knight f3, gf, queen e3, but well, okay, now white has to play queen f2, because otherwise.
Yeah.
So, but maybe the queen could take in d1.
I just want to check if this... Okay, this is of course not really interesting.
No, but then gf. And then
Yeah, I just wanted to have a quick look. Okay, so that we don't miss anything.
yeah, this is very bad news for
Okay,
white.
take, and
Yeah,
there is nothing else.
no, white has to play queen f2, but otherwise it's total disaster.
Ouch.
But maybe she can retake with the queen in d1.
And sacrificing the pawn. I think that's what she's calculating right now.
The pawn is hanging.
Yeah,
that's
the pawn is
problem.
hanging.
Okay. This is also bad news.
Oh.
But maybe it's not as bad as the other one, but it's very sad, of course, for Dinara, because it's the position before, I think, if you go back some moves. Positionally
How
speaking.
far here?
Yeah, let's say after queen c2, h6, if you go to this position, I think white has just some positional advantage.
But how to play? It's not easy.
Oh, it's such difficult questions. Well, the first thing is first to play bishop h7 check and then bishop f5, because the black king is a bit worse than h8.
Okay.
That is... It's for sure. I mean, there are also ideas to play with f4. F4 would be very principled, no? To restrict the black knight then. No, maybe black must play f5. But then so otherwise if I succeed to push e4, then so what do you do now? Probably must play f5, no?
But why not?
Naja. Well, why not? Because And also white might push even immediately e4 now. I mean, it's maybe not so clear, but... Oh, in one is some slow plan with queen, okay, but then maybe black has to knight f6 and knight to e4. But let's say we play e4. Okay, but the engine is also not so happy about it. Yeah, it's strange. I would think that maybe f4 is not the right approach.
Okay, and just quickly. So check
Yeah,
here,
this
here.
bishop f5 and maybe now f4. What about now f4? Yeah, but the engine still is relatively happy with the black position.
Okay, I will do something stupid again. I just take this knight here.
Oh,
My idea is to play e4 and then play on the black squares.
Yeah, but the pawn on c4 will be a problem. Black plays
Yeah.
queen e6 and bishop a6. And now to take this, I mean, it's at least I don't think it can be the road to an advantage with white. But maybe it was still okay what she played. I mean, I think it's a bit more precise to give first a check on h7, but she played here bishop f5 instantly. Now still white must have a very good position. Okay, she played rook 81. Still also I don't believe can be totally wrong. Also queen c3 cannot be wrong, I think. But now she has to be careful about the sacrifices. Yeah, but now it's not so. Because also now that this bishop a6 move can be unpleasant. Maybe white should play f4 now. Okay, but then maybe knight f7 to d6. But okay, queen c2 was a tactical blunder. This is for sure. So probably f4 should be played. No, also doesn't like it.
I know you
Okay.
really like this bishop pair, but somehow I just prefer black's position.
Okay.
Because c4 is weak and it's not so easy to play. Somehow the bishops, they don't have any good squares. I don't know. I would try to exchange maybe.
Oh,
Can I make another
the engine
stupid
still
move
prefers
again?
white also.
Am I allowed to do another stupid move?
Of course, always.
Okay, my new stupid move is this one.
Yeah, I thought about it.
The idea is if you move here, then
Yeah,
okay,
okay.
I have this beautiful
Okay.
square, and if you
Yeah,
take,
bishop e4 is interesting.
and now finally my pieces are okay, because this bishop was very annoying, and I don't know, I didn't like my white bishop so much.
No, bishop e4 is an interesting move.
I would go for this one.
I'm still looking for an advantage for white. This is the point.
Oh, I think there was no advantage. It just looked like there is advantage, but I don't see one.
Yeah, maybe the black piece activity is just okay. But anyway, the game was even, at least for the spectators, is more exciting. And of course, this is a terrible moment for Dinara. I know when in the moment when you notice that you made a bad tactical blunder, this is terrible. You have the feeling that everybody else in the playing hall, or in this case worldwide even, immediately saw that it's a blunder and you're the only one who committed, who didn't see it, and it's, this is really the worst thing if you play chess.
Yeah. And so all of a sudden, when you were thinking, okay, I'm having a pleasant position, bishop pair and everything, and then suddenly just losing.
Yeah, what's interesting that here the black piece play was enough to compensate, because as I said, formally speaking about the pawn structure, just white it has this mobile center and this black formation. This is absolutely undynamic. And I'm sure that before there was some way for white advantage, but it's not easy then. But here after rook d1, knight f3, this is... Well, probably she should part with the c-pawn and...
Sad.
Okay, well, let's look some other game and then maybe it's time for another break.
I think it's already time for a break.
Okay.
Because we...
Dinara played something just to see
yeah, she took with the rook.
Okay, and no, knight f3
yeah, but
check.
giving up c4, I don't know. I would also go for this move. And there's still hope that she doesn't find this move, taking on f3. I mean, of course
Impossible.
you will, but there is hope.
Maybe it's a way to give... but it's so sad to get your pawn structure and your king side totally crushed. It's...
So I think it's a good time for a break so that we can refresh from this game. So see you soon.
Yeah, poor Dinara. This is really... Okay, so we go for a break and hope to see, the other way around. You will see us afterwards. Möchten Sie auf innovative Weise die Qualität Ihrer Entscheidungen verbessern, die besten Strategien der Schachgroßmeister nutzen, auch wenn Sie selbst vielleicht kein Schachspieler, keine Schachspielerin sind, sich vor schwerwiegenden Planungsfehlern schützen, Ihre Intuition bestmöglich in Ihren Planungs- und Entscheidungsprozess einfließen lassen. Oder suchen Sie einfach einen inspirierenden Keynote-Vortrag für Ihre nächste Veranstaltung? Dann haben Sie viel gemeinsam mit Unternehmen wie Lufthansa Cargo, wie BMW, wie E.ON oder der Bayerischen Staatskanzlei. Überall dort konnte ich schon in Form von Vorträgen oder Workshops die wichtigsten Konzepte und Ideen unseres Strategiemodells Königsplan vermitteln. Hat Sie das neugierig gemacht? Dann freue ich mich auf Ihre Anfrage. Viele Informationen sind auch auf unserer Homepage www.königsplan.com zu finden.
I'm joined by Alexandra Kosteniuk here in the press center. Alexandra, a draw today, but a really tough one, no? Give us your opinion on what happened today.
Yeah, again, I somehow didn't do something right in the opening. I forgot what I had to do after c3. Of course, I analyzed that at home, but there are so many lines that you need to prepare, and somehow I didn't react correctly. I mean, her bishop b5, bishop a4, bishop c2 maneuver somehow improved the position a lot. So I don't know what I had to do after c3. It's of course written down in my textbooks, but time to do some homework again. And in the game, well, as I was told, I was losing in one move, but it felt this way. It felt that the position is very shaky. I mean, I was not very happy about knight e3. I don't know, I still don't believe that queen f1 should be so strong. I don't know why. I should have some other options instead of knight e3, because somehow after knight e3, I went for this line that happened in the game, and somehow, well, I thought that after f5 I will be okay, but apparently I'm not okay at all, and a lot of pieces hanging. So I don't know what I had to do, but I think I should have something after queen f1. It shouldn't be winning queen f1, but knight e3 is definitely, it's very tempting, but it's a mistake.
Obviously, the game was very complicated, many different lines, many pieces on the board, which makes the decision more difficult. As we were talking before, there were a couple of key moments where your opponent, Mariya, maybe could have achieved possibly even a winning position. She missed them. You found a very good resource with f4, f3. What I'm seeing in the last games, Alexandra, is that you're fighting all the games, and even though you're coming out sometimes worse in the opening, you're still finding very aggressive moves. Does that say something to your form in the tournament?
Well, I always play like this, but this time I'm just lucky to score more points than I'm supposed to, according to the positions that I get out of the openings, definitely. But again, as I said, those tournaments, they can go either way. Sometimes you play well and you just don't score at all.
That's true.
Yeah, and
And that's happened to you in other tournaments as well.
Right. And of course, right now, it's not the moment to analyze what's going on. I will have enough time after the tournament. And, well, for the moment, I just need to play 4 more.
It seems to me that in the middle game, you're very strong. You're finding resources. You're defending with precision in bad positions. Maybe hard work in the opening could pay off in future tournaments.
Maybe, but it's definitely not my least favorite part, and probably that's why I'm suffering. And nowadays, it's a question of memory sometimes, and you do what you're capable of doing, and again, we are going to analyze this and discuss it after the tournament. But so for the moment, I'm doing what I'm just able to do.
Also, there's 4 rounds left. You still have a healthy advantage over your opponents. None of your opponents seem to be also converting all their games. So I think the end of the tournament can be very interesting. And thank you for coming, and I wish you the best for the last games.
Thank you.
My first guest this afternoon, a very special guest here in the Women's Grand Prix in Munich, is Roman Krulik. Roman, you are the CEO of the Krulik Immobilien Group, founder of the Munich Chess Foundation, and above all here, main sponsor of the Women's Grand Prix. How are you doing, Roman, this afternoon?
Thank you. I'm doing very well.
Thank you very much for coming to the tournament this afternoon. We've been doing the first move before with your colleague Moritz, and the round promised to be interesting. I wanted to ask you a few questions and get your take on some of the issues here in the tournament. Roman, my first question obviously is, how did the tournament come here? So in the opening ceremony, you mentioned talking to Emil Sudowski from FIDE, playing some blitz games, and there you decided to bring it here. Tell us a bit about that, please, Roman.
I think it was more or less 1 year ago, and Emil visited me in my office in Munich, and we spoke about opportunities to bring some interesting tournament to Munich. But I have to correct you, we didn't play blitz game. It would have been a little bit boring for Emil, I suppose. And so we finally ended up in taking the Women Grand Prix for Munich, and the contract was quickly signed, and so we are here now.
And here we are. No?
Yeah.
So why did you decide to become involved in chess financially, sponsoring tournaments, sponsoring chess programs? What's the reasoning behind that? Although I know you're a good player in yourself.
Oh, thank you. Now, I think the roots go back to my youth, because I was 5 years old when my grandfather taught me chess, and after the summer holidays with my grandparents, I beat my father, and that was my first experience in chess, and it was a fantastic experience. My grandfather also was very proud of me. And then later, I was born in '63, and '72, there's a famous championship is between Boris Spassky and Bobby Fischer, and I followed all the games. And then with 14 years, I joined the chess club here in Munich. And I can remember a tournament, international tournament in Munich in '79, with Boris Spassky participating in it. And I was really impressed by Boris, because he has a lot of charisma. I can remember his hair, and I wanted to talk to him, and I think I followed him once to the restrooms, but at the end I didn't dare to talk to him. But it was impressive for me, and now I'm very proud that I can be a sponsor of such a important tournament here in.
It's a way of giving back. To when you were young, in the chess area.
And you know, I think there are 3 phases in life. It's you learn, you earn, and you return. And I'm definitely
the returning area.
I'm in the 3rd phase, definitely.
Very, very refreshing to hear that.
Yeah.
So, as you were saying, you are an active player in the Munich MC Zugwang team. What do you enjoy most when you play the game? Is it the mental challenge? Is it the competitive part?
Yeah, it's a mental challenge. For me, it's a very good distraction from my business life, from my office. I like to concentrate in one thing. Okay. Yes, so as every chess player, I would like to win always, but it's not possible.
Do you play the league generally, the team league?
I only play if reserve is needed, but I try to play 2 tournaments a year.
Okay, which is your favorite tournament?
Yeah, senior tournaments.
Okay.
Lately, I see the tournaments which I play.
I play the senior tournament in Spain, so we might meet each other in a future senior tournament for sure.
I like tournaments in Spain because I also do have business in Spain, in Canary Islands, and I try to combine business life with my hobbies.
Okay. Well, talking about chess and business, as a businessman, can you relate to situations where your chess knowledge or your understanding of the game has helped you make better financial business decisions?
Yeah, I would like to answer it generally. I think it's very important to respect the other person, your opponent. That's what you have to do in chess, but also in business life. And you always have to try to put yourself in other person's shoes. So that's what you learn from chess, and you learn to lose. That's also
win.
With respect. Yeah, to lose with respect. That's also very important. And I think you need some empathy for chess, thinking in the plans of the other one, and that's also it's the same in business life. You need to create some win-win situations. Yeah.
My last question, coming back to the tournament. What is the most enjoyable part of this tournament for you? Is it watching the games, listening to the commentary? Which are the parts of the tournament you most enjoy as a chess fan?
I like to hear the comments of Stefan Kindermann and Veronika Exler. I think they are doing very well. And yeah, sincerely, I had one day spending in my living room alone, and I saw all the games intensively, and that was great.
Yesterday was a great round with lots of situations that win, then lose, then draw.
Yeah, it's fighting chess, what the women here are doing, and I like it very much.
Fantastic. Thanks for coming along.
Thank you for having me.
Kinder in sozialen Brennpunkten haben es besonders schwer. Sie müssen oft sowohl mit sprachlichen als auch häuslichen Problemen kämpfen. Wenn vielen von ihnen keine erfolgreiche schulische Karriere gelingt und sie später beruflich abgehängt sind, wird das zu einem großen gesellschaftlichen Problem und birgt enorme Gefahren für uns alle. Wir glauben, dass unser Schachtraining nach allen Erfahrungen der letzten 15 Jahre mit bis zu 10.000 geförderten Grundschulkindern ein wunderbares und innovatives Mittel ist, um hier gegenzusteuern. Unser Königsplan für Kinder fördert auf spielerische Weise. Die Kinder lernen, sich besser zu konzentrieren, sie werden kreativer und sie erleben, wie man vielfältige Probleme flexibel löst. All dies ist kein theoretischer Stoff, sondern wirkt sich unmittelbar positiv auf die schulische Entwicklung aus. Vor allem zeigen wir diesen Kindern, dass wir an sie glauben und geben ihnen damit den Glauben an sich selbst. Und das ist die allerwichtigste Gabe für ihre weitere Entwicklung. Um all dies fortzusetzen, benötigen wir Ihre Unterstützung. Mit 150 € können Sie ein Grundschulkind über ein ganzes Jahr hinweg fördern. Unsere Personalkosten werden von unserem Stiftungsgründer Roman Kulich getragen, sodass Ihre Spende voll und ganz in diese wichtigen Projekte fließt. Dafür im Namen der Münchner Schachstiftung und natürlich unserer Schachkinder ein ganz großes Dankeschön an Sie.
Welcome back.
Yeah, hi, welcome. So, some interesting developments in between.
But before we have a look at the games, let's have a look at the head-to-head scores. So between Zhongyi and Mariya, 9 wins for Zhongyi.
Wow,
She is leading.
clearly.
Then Alexandra against Anna.
Okay, but it's
24
pretty balanced. Yeah, still, but it's pretty balanced altogether.
Alina against Humpy.
Oh, that's a clean sweep in a way.
Also today's game doesn't look so well for Alina.
Only some hopes for draw.
Dinara against Jiner.
Okay, Jiner is also clearly leading.
Elisabeth against Nana.
Oh, this is also quite clear.
Yeah, 4 wins against 0 wins for Nana. Impressive.
Wow, I wouldn't have thought this.
And Dronavalli against Zhansaya. Dronavalli is leading.
Also clear.
Yeah, but still, it was drawn. So, first have a look on Dinara's game. If she is able to defend this position after blundering here.
Yeah, I think, but she took the only chance what she played. We just saw it in the monitor in the restroom. Yeah, that's the way. Yeah, and she tries to reduce the damage by changing queens, because then it would be an ending with bishops of if black would change. Of different colors, black is a pawn up, but of course there are some chances for survival, although the weakness of this pawn also will be quite a big problem. And also the anciencies is a big advantage for black, but it seems black is going for even more here, trying to keep the queens on. And now the question being whether white can force queen exchange. It's queen d3 here, but then I guess that the black idea is to go f5 then.
Yes.
And the question being whether white does have some counter-attack somehow against the black king. I would play queen d3 with white now, probably.
Yeah, she also did, and f5, of course.
Yeah, okay. Maybe now is the idea to go queen on queen d7, black can just take in g4. This is unlucky. I think that's the point, because otherwise white would have some counter idea. Now is the idea now to give if black would move the bishop in this way, then after bishop takes g7, probably white is okay again. But the problem being black can just take this one. And on queen b7, then I guess that after gf3, this is the end for white.
That for sure.
So in the game position after f5 now, white will be very hard pressed to defend him.
Queen d6 is only idea. Queen d6 only idea.
Queen d6, yeah.
She also went for queen d6.
Yeah. Yeah, right. This is, of course, absolutely the only try. And now the question whether black does have black more than the queen swap.
But this is good enough. Then it's 2 pawns up.
Oh, but then it's rook g6 in the end.
Oh, this idea, nice.
Just maybe to show the line. Now hg, fg, fg, and now rook g6. Now it's again pawn down, but white is still alive somehow. Probably rook f7 and rook takes g4. But still the weakness of the c4 pawn will be an issue later.
But also weakness here on g7.
Yeah, here I would be slightly more optimistic with the white pieces that I can keep the draw. Yeah, but so still she found the only defensive idea here.
Yeah.
To stay in the game somehow. It's clear advantage for black, but it's... and now black has to show good technique to win this game. For example, it would be an idea to swap queens. Queen d6, rook d6, hg, fg, and maybe now to go f4 is maybe also an idea. Creating a passer. No, but maybe it's not so dangerous.
Not really.
Well,
Later on, I also have these ideas.
the white king can block it on f2 then.
Yeah.
Yeah, now I'm curious. What is the technical approach of Jiner? I guess queen g5 is too much, then so also bishop c1 is possible. And
Yeah.
no, I don't think so.
This is not possible. I think she has to take here.
Yeah, I think probably no credit for other moves. Queen d6, rook d6, and yeah, maybe it will be this ending, this we had before, then just double take in g4 and
Yes. So I'm wondering if it's better for black to immediately take here, because then there's not this pressure on g7.
Yeah.
For me, it looks that this endgame is easier to play for black, like more chances for winning.
Well, it's
What do you
maybe she
think?
didn't like the threat of rook d7, but maybe.
But now it's black to move.
Yeah, but maybe it's not so clear what is not a. Maybe
Why
just.
not bishop a6?
What I was not sure was after. And after rook d7, just to play rook
Rook f7.
Yeah, bishop a6 looks
Immediately
nice.
a tick. Yeah, and I think you have to protect red.
Yeah, okay, but then this is so passive, then it's a big
Yeah,
advantage for black.
That's what I
rook.
mean. For me, this looks so much easier
Yeah,
to
this
play.
is right. This looks good.
Because here, as in the game,
Yeah, this is less clear because
there's a lot of counterplay,
Yeah,
and
that's
I
right.
don't really know what to do. And also the rook is actively placed here, defending this pawn, also attacking this pawn, and I have ideas.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think the other way was technically more clean. That relatively white does have more survival chances here. Okay, but let's take a look. I think there are maybe now in the moment even more exciting games.
Now we have this endgame between Alina and Humpy. She took, yeah, take. Yeah, exactly our line with c5, so exactly until here, yeah. Now b3, b5. Ah, and we have this position.
Maybe it's not so easy for black to break through. Maybe I guess the white idea is to put up some kind of fortress. Maybe it's keeping.
What about c4?
Yeah, I mean, probably she will have to play c4 to make progress. But after take, and then probably king e2 then. Because now after black king goes to e4, then we push it back with f3.
King
Maybe
d4?
maybe
Oh, king f.
king f4.
Isn't also king d4 interesting?
Yeah, king.
I don't think you can take the pawn on a7.
No, never. Yeah, now maybe it's no fortress. This is the. If you go to c2, then my idea was to go to invade here with king e4 to f3 g2 and just take the. Yeah, okay, but then maybe it's not as much a fortress that I thought. Okay, but c4 is anyway the automatic move. Okay, king e2 looks normal. But as you proposed, let's say king d4. and then c3.
And why not immediately king e3 with white? Yes.
Ah, yeah, sorry, somehow.
And then
Yeah, of course.
after bishop d4, then I don't have the d4 square.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely right. Somehow, for some reasons, I did not.
So if I check
didn't
here,
see.
then
Yeah, absolutely right. Now king e2, I think.
yeah, I think so too. Yeah.
Now king f3, then c3, king
Yes,
c4.
yes.
But yeah, I think maybe this is the right fortress. Because now on c3, king c4 then. Yeah, now it might be difficult for black to break through. White puts the last pawn with f3 in a white square, protecting the square e4. And whenever black goes c3, then we can play... but still, now maybe the right plan is to push the... Maybe now bishop b6. And from now it's important to play bishop c3. Because otherwise I think if black can play his king to d4, this will be a clear achievement. But bishop c3 and then... Yeah, and maybe now black can keep... I mean, of course, the ideas afterwards to play bishop c7 to e5 and... Interesting. I think the engine gives only small black advantage, so it's defensible. But in a human game, this does not mean so much then. Okay, and here this is a very interesting game here between... because before I thought that Elisabeth misplayed it a bit. But maybe I'm wrong. Ah, okay. But now is the question, maybe black should change the queens in the next moves. She played castle, and now Elisabeth had this move, queen h4. Ah, now it gets very tactical, because now black has I just saw it in the monitor, and I thought that now maybe black has got problems, because rook f5 is very
Yes,
unpleasant.
but knight e4 and then checkmate on b2.
Yeah, but of course, yeah, this I also considered, but of course c3. And still again, but now I thought it's not possible, but she just took in c3. This is very cool. Yeah, I think Nana is a very strong tactician. And now I wonder why not rook f5. Oh, she played it.
It happened, yes.
Ah, okay. Ah, this is the idea.
Took on d3.
Surprising stuff.
Just have a look on this move.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sorry. I wanted to play something else.
I'm quite confused. I didn't think that any of this is possible. Yeah, why not to take in c3?
You mean before?
No, no.
It's black to move.
Ah, sorry. This is the reason why it's okay.
No, but...
Okay, in this position I can understand it.
Yes.
It's knight c3 check, and then also in the end also e4 falling, and this I would believe that this is a very strong attack for black. Yeah, but this queen sacrifice is pretty surprising, no? This turn of events I absolutely did not expect, I must say. But this sounds like some desperate measure to me, no? But I think this was the... But the problem was that after she did not change queens on f4, I think she could change queens on, of course, black in this moment. And I don't think that black has any problems here. I think put the king to e7, and if white goes... Oh, the engine doesn't like it. I thought after knight g4... Ah, now e5 is coming, okay. So it's not that easy. But I think basically black has to regroup the knight now to e5, and I just don't think that black can have problems here with this bishop on. Black puts the knight to e5 and must well just have to be ready after knight d4. Must be ready to play g6 probably. No, but still the engine likes white. I would think that black is perfectly fine here. Okay, whatever, but she played it in a more ambitious way, Nana. She kept the queen on e5 and did not change, and now after queen h4, when I saw this position, I thought of the knight a4, c3 doesn't dead end, because now white has got this red rook to f5, and if the queen goes, then e5, and maybe some sacrifice in f6, so doubling the rooks here. And out of the sudden, white has got a dangerous attack, so this is very nice play by Elisabeth.
Yes, it is.
And for me, it seems more like a bit of a desperate measure here, this queen sacrifice. Because now I'm sure that only white can win this. Very surprising.
Indeed.
Or maybe rook d2, yeah, of course, rook d2 and changing one rook.
And the queen is much stronger.
No, this is a downhill struggle for black. I mean, this is... And I know somebody who will be extremely happy about
Alexandra.
this turn of events. Because if Elisabeth wins this game, then she's nearly through. Okay, so let's look at some other games. I mean, white has clear advantage here with the queen against rook in peace. And here the interesting question is whether Alexandra, if Alexandra can win today, then she's practically the winner of the tournament.
So what happened? We saw this, rook c1.
Yeah, white is maneuvering a bit, just testing black.
And she is giving +2 here.
Oh. Yeah, I don't know whether black should have allowed the last...
Because now, can't we take?
Yes, of course.
King can't take, really, I think, because of this.
Yeah, no, we must take
And
the
if
pawn.
the pawn is taking, then at least I have a
Yeah,
pawn.
now maybe bishop d4, then to cut off the... And now h5, h6 will be very...
Yeah.
Yeah, the bishop on d4 is very strong now. This was interesting plan that she played with g4, and my impression is that Anna didn't react in the best possible way, but due to time pressure, I don't think the black position was so bad here.
No.
What did she make wrong? Yeah, this is a critical moment, I think. Maybe black should just play g6.
G6.
Just to keep the structure.
True.
The change in g4 is, maybe it's okay, but increases white chances.
Okay.
Yeah, now.
But here I think rook c4 is...
Yeah, but she's in big time pressure already.
Yeah, she is. 25 minutes against 1 minute.
Yeah, but now it's unpleasant for black, because if you get this... by the way, I think black should, of course, change in g5. This is pretty obvious.
Rook, what do you think?
I don't know. But anyway, now black plays g6, and then... So this is also okay for black. Yeah, this is strange. I think black absolutely has to change here on g5, and I think it's very defensible, the position. What did she do here after g5? Yeah, rook c4. This is really
rook c4, I don't know.
This looks like a nervous time pressure move. And now after gf, I think it's close to winning for white.
Yeah, maybe she was thinking about this move.
I think so, but after fg7, bishop to d4. You can give a check, but I will just... don't think you can ever survive this.
Probably not.
We'll just go up with the king f3. And then I play bishop d4. And if you're taking b2, then I play rook h1. And I think this will be Oh, this was just the wrong one because of...
bishop d5.
sorry. Take it back. I play rook e1. Okay. Okay. I play better rook e1.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, rook e1. Yes, and then check. And winning.
Yeah, anyway, the white rook will invade and this will be terrible.
Good winning chances now.
Yeah,
All of the sudden for Alexandra.
And if Alexandra wins this, then she's going to win the tournament.
Mm-hmm.
Then only a miracle could stop her.
True. Because it's also not looking well for Nana.
Mm-hmm.
And then there is only Humpy with 4 points after out of 7 rounds.
Yeah, I mean, still after GF, probably black GF, bishop d4, and now I think the black has to retreat with the rook, so after h5 she can play rook h8, but still it's very unpleasant now. Okay, but let's look at other games.
Mm-hmm.
I think they know. Oh, here some very interesting things happened.
Bishop b5 and bishop d3.
Mhm.
And now
Queen d7 to protect against knight f5. Now she switched to c1, but allowed bishop e5. This I don't like at all, what she did now, done. No, but also the switch to the c-line I didn't like. It's okay, but it's... I was thinking about f3 here. So this is the principal move. What happens after f3? Probably knight g5 or... knight c5, and now maybe first bishop f5, and so at least white here's queen c7, and maybe now not to swap rooks, but now to play some rook d1. And now she's got knight d5 maybe.
mm-hmm.
Also rook e2. No, this is too much rook d1. So probably have to take here and nothing to be done. Okay, but anyway, I think Mariya organized her pieces very, very nicely because it was not easy. Well, after rook c1, okay, just look what's happening. Bishop e5, this is what we said in the beginning. If black can play bishop e5, this will be a big achievement. Bishop a3, rook e6. And now, of course, maybe she thought that she could take in e4 in this position. Maybe this was the idea. But I think here after queen takes e4, maybe the other moves.
Taking.
Probably just bishop d6 and... no, c6 is hanging.
Why not taking on g3?
Yeah, probably this is better. Well, I was not sure because white can take in e6, but probably first black takes in h2 and then bishop h2 and then take in e6 and then... Yeah, I think this was the point. So this was probably she thought that bishop e5 is not possible due to bishop a3, but as the knight is hanging. But this was a nice idea that this is indirectly protected. Oh, that is bishop made quite some career. Okay, some of the decisions are a bit strange at first sight, but okay. Some strange things are happening here.
Yes, a lot of strange things.
But now I can, well, maybe now it's equal after some adventures.
Yeah, it looks like.
Okay, what do we think now? I think in between black, before I liked white, and now then in between I thought black was better, but now probably it's roughly equal, I guess.
Yes, equal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay. Okay, so let's move on to some other game. It's
Interesting.
It was very, very fascinating game so far. There's lots of creative ideas.
So what happened here?
G6.
G6.
Also a very ambitious idea.
King E7.
Yeah, this is even more ambitious.
Yeah.
She wants to play now H5, H6 somehow.
Yes. King G3.
Yeah, I think this is also a big advantage for white now, because this pawn structure is very dangerous for black with this pawn in G7 and this potential passer here. H5 and rook H1, and white can always go then bishop E3 to... And in some moment white, I'm sure that in the end, in some moment this pawn in A6 will play an important role. If sometimes the white rook comes over here, or as I said, some king walk here sometimes. This is always very nasty for black in the late ending. Yeah, I think here's very good chances for Alexandra to win game and probably tournament.
Yes.
Especially if Nana loses.
Yeah, so I have a look on the Nana game, because this is very important for the tournament.
Yeah. Also, of course, from the German perspective, it would be very nice if a German player won a game now again. Well, I think Nana is a very tough defender, so it's still a difficult task up for. Yeah, but B3 is also the move I would play in the Blitz game, admittedly, which doesn't say too much, by the way.
Yeah, and then take on E5, and black takes on E4. I think best chance for black to get some pawns from white.
Probably knight D6. That's what she played already.
Yeah, she played.
Yeah, knight D6 is very logical. Well, now I guess you won't have something better than taking an E5, or maybe ambitious Queen A5. Queen A5 is also an interesting move now. Because I don't think that black wants to give A6 and
it's also possible to protect the pawn.
yeah,
And bring the king somehow, and then later move with the queen. Interesting decision.
Yeah, it's also even knight to G5 is not totally stupid.
And she played knight to G5. I think I would have also protected my pawn.
Yeah,
because of the exchanging, then the knight is also
yeah.
very strong, and then having ideas.
Some tricks and
yes.
Yeah, knight G5, and now maybe this idea is also to invade with Queen A5 and then Queen just to show this idea to Queen A5 and hitting A6, and the Queen can invade via B6 in a moment. Just have to solve the issue of the E4 pawn, but I'm sure there will be some tactics. I mean, just to show, it's better. By the way, I don't know what black is concretely playing now, but let's say black plays some stupid move. Let's say G6, Queen A5, and trying here, and then after Rook A8, we can play Queen B6, because now black may not take here, because in the end...
Queen B7, oh, C6, that...
Although maybe it's
also check.
Maybe it's still working with check and Rook D8, but...
Yeah.
But even this, I think it's... check and only move. King C2, Rook D8, but somewhere probably I can even just take in A6, and I will also take the other pawn, and I think I will control the E-pawn. And well, this is just one line to show the power of the queen. Okay, she played Rook C8, prophylactic move against the tempo with Queen A5. So how's the time? Elisabeth does have a bit more than 7 minutes. It's not big time pressure, but a bit unpleasant with 9 moves to play. think for you it wouldn't be time pressure at all. No?
No, everything's okay.
So what was the rule that I told? How many minutes you should have at move 35 at least?
At 35, 15 to 20 minutes.
Yes. How often did you manage to have?
In the future, I will.
Okay. Now you're promised before a worldwide audience.
Oh no.
They will follow your games now.
Yeah. Yeah, King B2. Yeah.
Yeah, that's nice.
Would have also played
Nice
this move.
prophylactic move. Keeping black guessing what you want to do. Yeah, maybe black can try now play something like rook c6 to put up a fortress. And generally in this type of position, white has to work with some tactics, activating the queen with some tactical ideas. Oh, knight h7.
Knight h7.
Mhm.
And Ancient thinks this is completely losing.
Yeah, it also looks completely wrong.
I can just take
queen
and
d1.
queen d1 and it's finished, right?
And knight h7 is absolutely weird move.
Something happened in the game between Mariya
Yeah,
and
but still,
Zhongyi.
let's
It's draw.
probably draw. But
Yeah,
let's
yeah,
not
yeah.
get distracted because
No,
it's yeah, knight h7 and queen d1. But anyway, knight h7 is totally weird move.
Yes, it is.
No,
I would have played rook c6.
yeah, exactly.
And then I guess white later tries to play something with a4. I don't know.
Yeah, but now it's hard technical work for white. After knight
no.
h7, you take and queen
Take
d1.
and queen d1 and
this is a disaster.
resign. Good news for all German fans here, seeing first win.
Because, wait a moment, if knight e4 is sure to blunder something, well, at least they can take
I
on,
can take
on
and then
h5
play.
and e5 at least, but
No, I take and then I have queen d4.
yeah.
Taking.
no, but
Oh,
knight
no,
d6
then-
is,
oh.
and then queen d7, yes. Okay, so it's
Yes,
losing a piece.
so, yeah.
Queen h5 check, king g8, now queen g4 is a double attack, knight d6, and now
Yeah,
again
queen
the queen,
d7
the queen shows her
and
power.
resign.
And resign.
Good job.
Yeah, and also
I'm pretty sure she will
found
find
it.
this line, yeah.
Yes, of course.
This is not difficult to see.
Okay, this knight h7, this was...
Finally, we will have a German guest here.
Oh, yes.
Great.
Yeah, I think now black can resign, because if you have to move the knight, then...
Yeah.
Oh, she took, and now white is winning a piece.
I mean, what else?
Well, they're relatively better moves, but not moves that give any hope of survival.
Yeah.
Very strange. Okay, but let's look at some other games, because this is over.
For example, have a look at this game that was just drawn between Zhongyi and Mariya. Was queen c6, yeah. We were thinking it was equal, right? Take, okay, whoa. Okay, it was a very interesting game. Very
But
interesting
but it seemed-
sacrifice.
Yeah, but then it seemed after the adventures that both sides were happy with the draw. But before it was very interesting and creative play.
Okay. And here between Alexandra and Anna, not much happened because they're already after move 40. So it will still take some time, but I'm pretty sure Alexandra will win.
Yeah, me also. This is very hard to defend.
Yeah, and here we see Elisabeth winning against Nana.
Did she win already?
No, but I
Okay.
mean, what else?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure she will take on h5 and will find this line.
Yeah, it's not too difficult.
No. Okay. So we have the game between Alina and Humpy. C4 happened, take, king e3. And exactly our line. Bishop b2, f3, and a6.
Yeah, that seems the engine isn't too much worried. And I think rightly so. Now this is really some kind of fortress.
Yes, I don't see any winning chances.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, so this will be draw.
Yeah, for sure. Okay.
Did we have, was one, yeah, what happened to Dinara?
To Dinara? Yes, of course.
This is very
It
interesting.
was f5, queen d6, take, take, take. And now immediately rook to d7. Take.
But this from...
Bishop e5.
Yeah, okay, anyway, you lose the pawn on...
Yeah, I'm just thinking.
It's a bit surprising that white went for this line. I would be afraid it's a draw with white, but... There's the trapped bishop.
What is your idea?
If white takes an a7, no, but you cannot really trap with the king on c7. No, but you cannot, because white is playing a4, a5. Now this is very interesting ending now. Okay, what else you want to do? Bishop e5 is the only chance anyway.
Not according to the engine.
But what else?
I don't know.
Maybe it wants to play g takes h5 and try to
And
hold
then
this
h6.
one.
But this is the right color.
Yeah.
Right
Okay,
color of the
let's-
corner.
But let's
oh
look
no.
what happens. So it's
Okay.
king e6 is interesting. Lots of strange decisions here.
Take, take.
Yeah, but that's what I meant. This line was correct. The line bishop a7 is not possible due to king c7. This is very important.
What?
And probably bishop takes h5, no? Oh, okay. King b5 is cool.
Okay, but let's move back.
Yeah, some strange things happened here.
So if this is not a good idea because the king can't come, then we need something else.
Now you have to take in h5 once.
Yes, I take here, take here. King f2.
Maybe knock bishop e5. Because now the king cannot come, or it can come but lose the g-pawn. Because now you will catch another black pawn on the queen side, and then I think there are quite reasonable drawing chances. But let's look what happened in the game. It's bishop e5, it seems. Yeah, king e6 was strong move.
Yeah, and here the problem is that if we take,
Yeah, now we have time to take in
then
g4.
yes,
And now the bishop cannot come back to attack the black
Yeah.
queen side.
that's a big difference here.
Yeah, very interesting. Instructive ending.
Because here, this is not possible to give up this pawn.
That's possible, but probably it's not convincing. No, it's possible because the black bishop is keeping, but bishop d3 and
d3 immediately, okay, yes. King. I don't know, somehow I have the feeling that king and bishop can hold these pawns here, but I'm not sure.
But I think the
Here?
game continuation is more interesting. But
Yes, it is. So, but still, white should have played taking on h5 here,
yes, and
and then go for this endgame
yes,
line
yeah, absolutely.
with very good chances for a draw.
Yeah, because what happened in the game, then the black king became so strong. Yeah, just to show this point that the black, just whenever white is taking an a7, then the bishop is just trapped, and this is the problem. So this was very nice, a very nice technique, I think, by Jiner. Yeah, Yeah, that's the problem. White still can't take in a7, and then so this whole attacking idea here failed,
Mm-hmm.
and just gave black time to activate her king. I think due again to time pressure.
Yeah.
Yeah, and she got the pawn, but in fact, even she does not even take the time to take in h5, because now the king will be very strong on a4 and pushing the pawns, while h6, just bishop g6, and this pawn basically is harmless. Although the engine is... No, look, maybe that's chill. Maybe king b5 wasn't precise. Maybe she should have taken the time to take in h5. Yeah, it's still not so easy. These are very tricky, these endings with bishops of different color. Is this
Maybe
the game?
bishop g8.
It's after 40's move.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, maybe bishop g8 is more precise, but I can't imagine it's a big difference.
But what else? I mean, I need to stop this pawn.
That does, yeah, bishop g6, and it doesn't matter. I wonder why it's not totally winning for black. Maybe still coming back with bishop e5. We're now king a4. But this...
But after bishop e5, king b3.
After bishop e5, king b3.
I mean, I don't think you can go here. Or can you? I need to calculate.
Yeah, now probably you can play c4, no?
Yes. And do I have to go for this move?
Mm-hmm. So how's this now after c3 check? Just like try now, let's c3 check, now probably king c1. King takes a3. Bishop takes a7, b5.
Black is winning.
I think so. Because when the pawn reaches b3, you have you would
b2 and b1.
yeah, it will fall into some zugzwang in the end. Something will happen like, okay, let's say bishop c5, check b4, because here white cannot make any progress, and black plays king b3, wait, king c4, wait, b3, bishop a3, and now black just has to play up and down the bishop.
Yeah.
And this typical zugzwang position in the end.
The problem is that this diagonal is not long
it's
enough.
too short, exactly. And with a1 it also wouldn't help too much. Besides, it's hard to imagine how to yeah, so this looks bad for Dinara. Poor Dinara. So this was definitively the idea of Jiner. Okay, but anyway, I don't think there's a better move than h6. I mean, but still, it's absolutely, it's absolutely reasonable that after 40's move to make a break, and because lots of mistakes have been already committed after the tension, after the 40's move is released.
Yes, I only want to see if Elisabeth already won. And she... What happened here?
She sacrificed a piece.
Okay, here.
Maybe this was the idea. Trying to put up a fortress here.
No,
but it's
where is the fortress?
No, probably just the white king will invade somehow.
Yes. Okay. This is completely won.
I mean, black. The The black idea is just to keep the rook on e6 and play up and down with the king. Well, I think it's winning, but it's it's a very interesting defensive idea. Maybe this was the plan of Nana. Maybe she thought this is a fortress. Because this constellation, if white would play this basically, I don't think it's the best idea to play it, but this is also even if this pawn here is gone and the queen side is gone, I think this is just a draw then. Some kind of drawing fortress, some theoretical one. I think so. The h pawn is very weak here, but of course white will not do it.
In your line, isn't this also a problem that I can come here with the king and take with the queen on e5 and win a pawn and game somewhere?
Yeah, of course. I just did this with everything gone. It would be.
Yeah, with everything gone, yes.
No, of course. I think it's winning for white, but I mean it's not automatic. I mean you have to like tricks like sacrifice the queen in the right moment for the rook and so on. No, of course I think it's winning, but and I think your plan to go with the king to d5 is good for sure. Then.
Yes.
And transpose to some one pawn ending. But I mean still you have to find some ideas. It's not some automatic plan.
Okay. Yeah, all 40 moves are made just right now.
Yeah, here it's clear advantage for white and we expect Alexandra to win. But still it's not totally over. Sorry. Don't think that I'm bored by the games.
No, today they are very exciting.
Yeah, absolutely.
I enjoy them a lot.
So rook c4 was the last move. Now what do you expect? Bishop d4, but I think maybe psychologically difficult because the last move was bishop e3. I have the feeling that Alexandra didn't play it in the best possible way before it made.
You think it's easier without g6 and just taking here? That's what I was thinking, but
No,
I'm not sure.
g6 I liked somehow, but
Okay, so g6 was alright.
I say, well, just say what is my spontaneous feeling, which so far I liked it. Still, I don't know rook e1 because the rook on the g line is not so bad. Okay, let's see rook e1.
Why rook d1?
Yeah, I expected some setup with rook e2, h2 somehow to push the pawn. Yeah, no, this I don't like. Wait a moment, please go back here before rook d1. Yeah, this I don't understand, rook d1. What's about rook e2?
And also, why not bringing the king?
No, then rook h8. This is the idea. So then we want to play bishop f2 or?
Yeah, no, first go
Yeah,
with rook to e2.
This would be my move, I think, rook e2. So then you have the option to play h5 and after rook h8, rook h2. And then to push somehow with bishop e3, h6 in a moment. Yeah, but still it's some work to do then. Okay, but it's not concerning the evaluation of the engine. Obviously, it's not a big difference to the game. But I think white must play bishop d4. I would not allow rook to e4 here.
Yeah.
How about maybe king f5, then maybe you can
I'm
even
not
take
sure
an
if
f6.
this is possible. Yes.
Bishop f6, and
Yes, taking here.
and in the end Maruk will break through to d6 somehow, and that's what we are expecting all the time, that something terrible will happen with the black pawn. No, but the engine doesn't like it.
Because I have rook g4.
Ah, okay. Okay, but one move back. Maybe we have not to take in f6 immediately. Maybe h5 now first. Because king g5
Oh yeah,
doesn't
now
work.
no,
due
this
to-
is with check.
Yeah, it doesn't. No, bishop e3 check is winning a piece.
But this is also nice. You don't
Yeah,
like?
but bishop e3 is winning.
Yeah, okay, sorry.
Yeah, I think h5 in this position. No one back to f5 and now h5. Yeah, I think this looks pretty nice for white. Now black will be hard pressed to defend here. And also the engine now gives him this position. Yeah, +2 and some. On some moment always h6 is hanging in the air. And now maybe if just a foil. I don't know what black is doing by the way, but okay, what can black do here? What would you move? What would you play?
A bishop move.
Because basically I think it's also an idea for white now to put the king to h4 and then give a check and push the black king back again. So I think this is very and in the game position. Yeah, she played bishop d4. It's in a way it's a bit annoying here too, but it's the right decision. Yeah, I still think white is big advantage then.
Yeah, I think so too. Okay, so Elisabeth against Nana. Some moves happened here. Elisabeth brought the king.
To e4. Yeah. Probably she wants to go to e4.
Yeah.
Yeah, and as you say, probably the right idea is to transpose somehow to a winning rook and pawn ending. Yeah, also clearly winning.
And Dinara's game. Yeah, moves happened as we expected. But this is winning for black, unfortunately, for Dinara.
Yeah, I mean bishop b2 is too passive now, and bishop b8, we said c4, no? This was the line.
Yes.
So I think bishop b8 is the only hope. I mean, what else do you want to do then? I mean, maybe first h6.
Yeah, h6 first.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's not a big difference. I think this is the only chance, and now we said the problem being c4. No, wait a moment. It's not exactly the position. This looks strange now. It looks relatively better for white than before. What's the difference here?
I think because I played king e3 with white.
Ah, okay. Okay, probably black has to play.
Yes, I played king e3 instead of bishop e5.
I think probably we have to play c4 now. What should we do? Oh, but then,
But then you can take everything.
Yeah.
And then bishop e3 in the end.
So there must be something better than a3.
And why not play slowly with a6, bishop a7, king b5, then later king c6?
Yeah, probably it's
Because king c6 with the idea of king b7.
Yeah, or a5 maybe was the same idea then.
Yes, so it's okay. I just didn't like it so much. Maybe later white has a4, I don't know.
Okay, if you like, probably it's not a... Yeah, the engine likes the idea. Now bishop a7, king b5. But still, it's an interesting defensive formation, and now to come with the king. Ah, see, now the engine thinks it's equal. So Dinara maybe is still keeping, so a very tough defense. So what is the final position now? King a4. Yeah, now she must play bishop, or first h6 maybe.
h6.
Not a big difference. Bishop g6 or g8. And must play bishop b8. Okay, so if black takes here, bishop a7, I think, yeah, this is a clear draw, obviously. So the only way black could try this, but also then, I think after bishop c5 and c3, king e3. Yeah, but king b3 and now maybe bishop d4 and yeah, this is drawn. Yeah, good news for Dinara. So maybe she's keeping it after all. Then it was very good defense because it had looked so bad.
Yeah, but also Jiner could have played better. Like I said, I think that here before, so somewhere here, it is better not to play f5.
Ah, okay. Okay, what is...
Yeah, like immediately exchange
yeah,
queens here.
Okay, what is a long time ago, but I wonder later in the ending was she was winning or not.
So, yeah. So.
Yeah, here we agreed that this is better chance. But I wonder later in the ending whether she wasn't totally winning or not. In this ending. And here the engine doesn't like the... But I think if black takes in g4, then probably bishop e5 also. Because I thought there's no time to trap the bishop now. Or is it? And I thought you're just in time to come with a4, a5. And then I think it should be drawn. Oh, interesting. Maybe it's still keeping. This is the defensive power of the bishops of different color. And in the game, now she took. But why didn't she play king c8 here? Okay.
Bishop e5?
No, yeah, yes, but okay. But I wondered was it this type of position, but yeah, probably it's...
Yeah, but now we have the same position, but the king is on c8.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, but okay, but you still keep the pawns compact. You can create some, maybe some two passes later. Yeah, but it's now white has time to get up typical defensive formations against the pawns. Okay, so in the game, This is not a game.
No, it's not a game. It's king a4, and then it's white to move.
No, maybe it was not. Maybe it was not winning. But hard to see before. I mean. Yeah, I think. But here it gives totally winning position for black again.
I know.
But we just.
But after h6, then engine realizes it's not winning. I don't know
Okay,
why.
that's very weak engine. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's just drawn after bishop e8.
Yes. But still, I would try a6 here at least.
Yeah. Yeah, why not?
And then we had bishop e7, king b5. Maybe we find something else. Oh, wait. Can we give up the b pawn and go for this endgame? This is winning.
You think so?
I think so, but I'm not sure. Good chances.
No, but it's the wrong a pawn.
Okay, let's have a look. What do you play? King e3?
Or king e1, I don't know. Yeah, maybe, because if you succeed to queen the c pawn, and maybe my king is not coming into the corner, so it's okay. But now king d2 then. c3, king c1.
But my bishop is here. How
Yeah.
will you protect?
Yeah, king b4 now.
I think this is the winning line.
Yeah, no, I mean just simply advance the a pawn.
Yeah, this is winning, but maybe there's something else. So a6 is the idea here, and now after bishop a7, I guess it doesn't matter if we take or immediately go for c4, or what do you think?
Maybe it's better first to bring the king, but instead of bishop a7, I mean bishop a7 is, or maybe it's transposition. So first bring the king, and if you take in a3, and probably now anyway you have to play bishop a7. And now c4.
Yeah, it's the same position. But now the king is here. Yeah, but this is a winning position. Yeah. I found it!
Yeah, probably. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, it's strange somehow. Usually I would think it's a drawing position, but somehow.
I don't think so, because this bishop is protecting b1, which is very important. Otherwise, of course, it's just draw. But also the problem is that after c3, it's not possible that white attacks the pawn with bishop and king.
Yeah, the bishop has not enough space to attack from the left side.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's interesting, but it's a special situation here. It's because most of these endings are draw, but so the point was just to give the b pawn and keep the c and a pawn.
Yes,
yeah, interesting.
because it seemed with b and c you can't win, but with a and c it's winning.
Yeah, interesting.
Makes sense, because the b pawn we don't need, because we need the king here on b3. And with the b pawn somehow we didn't have any space with our king.
Yeah, very instructive. At first sight I would not have thought that this is winning for black. Yeah, but the bishop on g6 is so strong. Is it a difference if white doesn't play, is it tempo sensitive if white does not play h6 before and does not give black the...
Okay, wait, where?
And some moment white played h6.
Ah, here.
I wonder if this is tempo sensitive, if why we don't play h6 and don't give you the tempo for bishop g6.
Oh yeah, okay. We can try this. So immediately bishop b8, then probably e6.
If you want to keep the pawns, If you take here, take, and now approach with the king.
E1,
Mm-hmm.
E3, E1.
Mm-hmm. But now also c3 probably.
I think we can take. Or not?
But now king d2. I think now it's drawn. No,
And you mean this?
bishop. Yeah, now it's drawn.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah,
No, I need
this
the
was my
c3.
defensive idea.
Okay.
Yeah, I think c3 must be played.
Yeah, good. And now?
Yeah, now if the black king reaches b2, then probably it's winning. Yeah, king d1 and king b2 then. Yeah, this.
Mm-hmm. And this happened in the game. Jiner also goes for e6.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. I'm happy that she
Mm-hmm.
agrees with me.
Yeah, probably it's a negative selection because the otherwise the other line is clearly draw. So
Okay. So you're satisfied?
mm-hmm. Yeah, interesting. I'm not satisfied for Dinara. I mean, it's
Yeah,
very sad.
This is sad, of course, but I mean, you're satisfied with this endgame.
Yeah, it's interesting. Very instructive.
Elisabeth against Nana. What happened here? Check on it.
Oh, she just gives the e-pawn.
Okay. But also now here, with the b4 pawn, she can always win this pawn. Because black needs to have the rook here on e6.
Mm-hmm.
This is very interesting.
Yeah, but anyway, I think it's just totally lost for black.
I guess because black doesn't have any moves, right?
Mm.
The problem is I just can play g5 also.
And also
And
black falls
then
into Zugzwang because after king
Yes.
h7, queen f8. Then.
Yeah, exactly. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's...
And the game just finished. Of course, the queen is too strong. And congratulations to
Yeah.
Elisabeth.
Yeah, interesting game. Congratulations.
I hope to see her in the studio later.
Yeah, would be nice.
Maybe she wants to come and share this nice game with us.
Mm-hmm.
Would be nice to have a German guest here. So, which games are left? We still have Alexandra against Anna.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop d4 was played, then rook c8, and rook to h8.
Yeah, but now I think white can just push h5 and... Or maybe first to play rook e1 check to push the black ring... cannot talk anymore. To push the black king away. Just... rook e1 check, king d6 and h5.
And then, in the right moment, sacrifice on f6.
Yeah,
And
this
winning
also-
with the 2 pawns.
Well, here I'm not so sure whether they're winning because this bishop is... but maybe also in some moment to play bishop e3 and h6. This was my... Also my idea is if black is playing in a passive style, maybe to play rook e2 to h2 and then, I don't know, push h6 and take f6 and... Yeah, but it's right. In some moment I also thought about sacrificing an f6 and... But here I think the bishop will be a good defender in this type of endings. But still, anyway, I think that Alexandra has very good winning chances here.
And look at the video. Anna doesn't look so happy.
Oh Anna. Yeah, this
Looks like she's having some headaches, maybe.
Well, it's also a depressing position, of course.
Yeah, it is.
White also does this, by the way, some ideas to play with b4 and bishop c5 check and then And then wait with the rook to e7. This is also a very unpleasant plan.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think this would be quite a miracle if she can keep this position.
Yeah. Okay, continue. So we have a draw between Zhongyi and Mariya, draw between Dronavalli and Zhansaya. Then Elisabeth just won against Nana. Oh, we didn't check this game. What happened here? We thought that this is a fortress, right?
Yeah, we thought so.
Okay, interesting. So we had
no fortresses today.
Take. So far, okay, a4.
I guess the plan bishop a3, b4, but still it should be afterwards. Yeah, f3 must be right.
Okay. e6.
So the engine gives absolutely.
Oh, h4.
h4 is also a bit strange, but maybe it's some kind of Zugzwang for white. But why is h4 the big mistake?
I don't know.
I think Elisabeth is coming.
Great. Good news for us. Okay,
but now the black king broke through.
Yeah, we will check this endgame later, but now we'll have a short break because we will have a great interview with Elisabeth.
In der Analyse redet sich's leichter. Hi, Elisabeth. Congratulations.
Hi. Thank you.
Very interesting game, and you won against a very strong and dangerous opponent.
Yes.
So great achievement. So maybe we can go through a bit the game. We tried, Veronika and myself, to understand it, but as we are no Night of specialists, I'm not sure whether we succeeded. We just talked about here. You said.
I remember that instead of rook c8, the most forced line is b5. That's what I checked actually. Long castle, and after b4, knight d5. You take here. I take here. You take here, and I play bishop a5. And now bishop takes d5. Rook takes d2, and bishop e6, and here, like in my line, it was written actually g3. But since I also checked this, and this actually I remember that the super engine here suggests g5.
Okay.
And and I was not sure whether I should go for this, and I checked actually like the more human line, because maybe g5 she can find. She's a very strong dynamic player. So instead of g3, the easier way is just to take. And this is all forced, she takes. And this I checked carefully, and I knew that here at least I don't have any risk ever to lose, because it's rather easier for me than for her. Something like h4 and f6 I checked, and Here I already forgot, I think bishop e2, and this position is for her quite dangerous actually, and I don't have a risk. So this was what I planned, because okay, I was actually like convinced that Nana could go for something very concrete. But then she went rook c8, and I remember that rook c8 I also had in my lines, but instead of rook c8 also like queen b6, this what for sure I had, and now rook c8, because now I mean like I didn't have time to develop my bishop. She went immediately rook c8, and I remember even that I think I had long castle. I mean like that's what I checked before the game, and after b5, and I think bishop d3 is more or less forced. And here I was actually out of book after bishop e7, and this is a very difficult moment. It's beautiful. It's also embarrassed because the problem I understood is like that. I mean, f5 is the principal move, but it could also like turn out like positionally speaking a bit like risky for me in a way, you know.
Yeah, of course. No, I think it must be played in absolutely the right moment, otherwise it can backfire.
Yes, I thought like king b1 can't be wrong, and after knight b6 here, maybe like queen e1 was, well, I missed knight fd7. I thought like queen e1 is a great move because...
No, but queen e1 we liked a lot.
Because she can't take, I have something like e5, and this is getting crazy, but probably not good for her. And after queen c7, I have bishop takes f6, I mean, no, rook... Queen c7, here I calculated this because I think she cannot take here because of bishop takes b5. So she has to take with
but c2 is hanging in the end, so I'm not so sure whether this is working. We had some similar lines, but always c2 was hanging.
Oh, I forgot about that in my calculation. But okay, she didn't go for queen c7.
Yeah, we expected queen c7, by the way.
Yes, but here I'm also not sure what to do. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that queen c7 was better than the move that she played, because after knight fd7 I thought...
I liked it for her actually, because I understood that, okay, I have to exchange her bad bishop.
I thought now f5 in this moment.
And after f5, I thought like, even if she takes...
And now cb then.
C takes
I thought so, I don't know.
And
I thought this...
If I just go knight f6... And I thought like I can also get my king to e7, and it will never be a problem for her.
Okay, yeah, this is interesting.
It's quite closed.
Because I thought she has to play bishop c4. I thought for some reason she cannot take in.
No, I thought like she would always take and play against my bishop, and here I didn't see whether it's enough. Maybe like with g3, a3, g4, but it takes ages, and she will go like something like queen c7, king e7, rook d8, and I think it's easy for her. That's why I didn't want to close a position. But I have to admit, like, okay, knight e2 can't be that bad. And here, after bishop g4, I somehow missed this e takes f4 and queen e5, and I was very angry with myself when I played too quickly rook e1 here. But I'm also not sure how to prevent actually the capture on e2.
No, we saw now that black is quite okay exactly with this plan was taking f4 and queen
so maybe
e5
queen g3 was a bit too optimistic.
Yeah, maybe in this position f5 wait a moment.
But then we have this, I saw like it's always the same story. She takes on b3 and she will play her queen c7 and king e7 move. Maybe like at some point, actually I was also calculating to take first and then to play something like queen g3, but maybe you can play bishop g4 anyway.
Okay, at least then it's no more the queen takes the queen e5 option, but
yes. No, I mean I was sure that actually somehow like it's about equal. Maybe the way I played it was not equal at all. But in my opinion, like here already, like she had a very nice position. And here I would have always taken the queen and play knight e7, knight e5.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I thought.
She can never lose. She has a, like, she's not, she's maybe even better here positionally, but not sure. I mean, probably it's still fine.
Equal still,
and now after castle, like, you know, I was very surprised by this move, and I was thinking quite long because I have two great candidates. I have queen c1 and I have queen h4. But it's clear that I should play one of these two. And then I thought, like, okay, I mean, like, since, you know, I'm used to play with Nana all in, and she's doing the same, I said, like, okay, let's go all in. Because it was easy to calculate up to the moment. And I think actually her biggest mistake, in my opinion, was that after rook f5, she should take. and go for this line.
Ah, yeah. Okay.
Because the knight on f6 has an extra square, and I thought this is probably more difficult for me to play than the other way, because on the other line what we had in the game, the knight on f6 was just not taking part, and here in this position I was not so sure actually what to do. It was not so easy for me.
Yeah, still maybe rook d2 also.
Yes, rook d2, then there's rook e3, I thought always. But maybe, yes. And I can take on... I wasn't sure that, I mean, okay, maybe like I can take on d6, but I was somehow afraid that there's rook e2, and I'm also a little bit on mate. Maybe you're right, but...
I thought maybe then rook e2, then rook d2 back, and at least you collected a pawn.
Yeah, something like rook e8. I mean, okay, I thought like it's not difficult for black to play, but maybe I'm wrong.
No, but it's much better chances for black than in the
practically
game for sure.
Practically speaking, it was easier this way, because what she did, I think it was fairly... I mean, here after queen e1, on her place I wouldn't have changed the rooks and go like rook d8, and if rook d2, then play with both rooks. Gives
Yeah,
better
absolutely.
practical chances.
Absolutely.
Because after she changed one rook, then it's quite easy for me, I mean, to consolidate, and I have no problem. So I was very surprised by this choice, because now actually it's getting...
Also the engine thinks now it's totally winning.
Quite easy in a way that I put my knight to g5, and okay,
this was nice.
here she plundered with knight h7 the game already. But this is difficult. I mean, I can bring my king to b4. I mean, I will be pushing, maybe like she can stay with rook c6, and she should stay with rook c6.
That would we expected.
And okay, it's not so easy, but the problem I think is the pawn on e5. At some point I will change in the good moment the e4 pawn with the e5 pawn. And the rest I think was kind of fairly easy. I mean, she played on because there are some force stresses, but I couldn't see the force stress because I have so many pawns.
Yeah, and always also transposed to some king and pawns ending somehow with the king on e4.
Yes.
And
So this
I think this is totally winning.
Yeah, I think after castle, like she lost the grip of the position, or maybe she was... I mean, probably she must have missed that I can escape from the queen exchange.
Yeah, I think probably she did not expect queen h4, because in the first moment also as before saw queen h4, also thought, oh, black is a great position, but then after queen h4 with red rook f5 and...
Yes, it's becoming suddenly very difficult for her and very easy for me. Okay, probably she was always thinking she has knight a4, that's why I cannot go away. But even queen c1 instead of queen h4, it's also not very clear, actually. It's also dangerous for her.
Yeah, she lost her sense of danger, probably should have swapped queens in f4 and then...
Yes, and then she would never, like, lose at least.
Yeah, but congratulations, good
Thanks.
fighting game.
Thanks.
So I wish you a very good finish.
Thanks, I will need that.
But now it seems anyway Alexandra is crushing through. With the last moment we looked, she had big advantage, so if she wins then...
Yes, I mean, like, she's yeah, okay. I mean, like, I never like had the goal before the tournament to fight for the first place. I was always happy if I'm somewhere like in the middle, because okay, I mean, I'm not counting as one of the favorites, but at least for now, it's quite nice the way it went.
But as I said when I was asked, I said that there was clear potential for more, because just this one blackout, of course, should have been drawn probably. And,
yes, this was a health problem.
And I liked very much your game against, I think, against Tan it was.
Yes, I was close, but...
this was beautiful King's Indian.
Yes.
This is also probably winning, so I mean, at least... get the potential to make at least 1 point more, I think.
That's true, but okay, I mean, I think there are some girls here in this tournament, for example, like Mariya, she yesterday could win in one move against...
before
I was like standing next to the game and I saw it, and also like she missed the winning move like g4. I mean, she missed g4 against Kashlinskaya and b4 against Kosteniuk, so she also left a lot of points on the way, so sometimes you need to be a little bit lucky, and that's...
Yeah, also poor Dinara, she played such nice positional games and always in time pressure, some kind of blunder. Then.
No, today I thought like she was actually very nice after the opening.
Yeah, I also thought so. And she overlooked some tactical trick. And then at first, we thought quite interesting ending with bishops of different color. At first we thought it's a drawing fortress, but now it seems to be losing.
Yeah, I mean, I looked at the position and I was a bit worried, but I didn't calculate it so carefully.
Yeah, so thanks a lot, and good luck for the finish.
Thank you.
Welcome back. There's only one game left. So a lot happened
But
since
before
the
our
interview.
endgame lover, Veronika, of course, probably wants to have a short look at it.
Yeah, at the game between Dinara and Jiner, because Dinara already resigned. So we had a6 and then bishop a7, take, as we expected, king e3 and c3, yes. Okay, c2, bishop d2, e5.
Yeah, this is probably important because if you queen too early, and if the white, just to show the basic idea, if the white king succeeds to come into this corner, then black cannot win with this bishop. And but the problem is that the white king is cut off, and so then probably this is the reason why this ending is basically winning. And there's
h6.
but it's still interesting. Wait a moment. Was it here? Bishop d2. So if black played immediately king b2, is this only draw? Can the white king come over then?
Then king c4, like h6 and then king c4.
King c4 and then anyway just even hit the pawn here.
Yes.
Even eat the pawn here. Okay, just to show what's the ideas of the king. King b2, first deflecting the bishop, and then the idea to attack the black a pawn, and the black king, the black bishop is pinned to the defense of to keep the white h pawn. So she first placed a5. Yeah, because if white stays passive with bishop c1, then black just can advance the pawn, and I think this is just a big problem that the white king is cut off then. Because otherwise, if the white king would be over somewhere here, then of course it would be total draw against these two pawns. But here was the king not able to come, so you see this was great concept of both Jiner and Veronika, just to keep these two pawns, which in many cases are not very strong, but here was the king cut off, they are winning the game, so this is quite interesting. Okay, h6, king e3, okay, but now...
a4.
Yeah, no.
Yep, and she
just over.
resigned. Yeah. Okay, but she had chances to make a draw somewhere, as we mentioned earlier. It was somewhere here. Okay, a long time ago. But here, we were thinking of first taking here, right?
Yeah.
And now the big difference is, if bishop takes, then bishop e5, and now we have this idea of
Well,
bishop e8 and taking here.
Well,
Also.
still black might play king e6, but I guess we're some tempo up at least then. Yeah, I mean, the most important thing is then afterwards to very quickly to run over with the king here, and it's just a tempo game. Maybe just a brief look before we go to the last game, but I think now it might be that white is here in time before black can get the pawns running. King d5, king f2, yeah, I think now we are just in time to, and if white now reaches this about this region in the queen side, then white can even easily keep the position. Okay, that's a pity for Dinara. But it must be said that these endings with bishops of different color, they can really be extremely difficult. I know some chapter and some Dvoretsky books, and it's absolutely impossible even for grandmasters to find the right moves.
And also this game between Alina and Humpy, as we thought this could be a fortress, suddenly changed, and Humpy won this game.
Easily.
So it was bishop b2, f3, And now the big problem, h4.
Yeah,
And now we need to find out why.
yeah, what was the right continuation? One move back instead of h4.
Yeah.
I mean, concerning of the logic, the only black plan is because c3 is not a threat due to king d3. So this means the black king has to break through somehow. And after king d2, it's normally also not a problem, because unless it's then c3 check and then the king invades here. So the concrete question is what to do prophylactically against king d4. Maybe king d2 in this moment. Is this maybe the right move?
Oh, yeah.
Because now in this moment king d4 is not a problem due to bishop f2 check. c3 is not a problem, so the only try, I guess, is bishop a3, or what should black do here?
But then we have king c2.
Yeah, exactly. This was my idea. Well, about king c2, I was not totally sure, because now black has this. Now we
and
can
bishop
check. Yeah, no. Yeah, if the king reaches, so I think here this king d2 move. Now the king is blocking the pawn, and the most important thing is that the black king in this moment has no time to invade to e3, because this is the other dangerous plan, that black invades here with the king. And she played instead.
And can we quickly have a look on here? Sorry. King b4. And then here, is there anything?
Even better for white.
Okay.
Probably some
the king
counter-attack
here.
against g7 and bishop f2 maybe. Or g3. Bishop g3. It will be dangerous if I get the g7 pawn.
True. And then here take.
While black will have to play g6, and then I take in h4, h5, and then white will generate enough counterplay. But why did h4 lose, by the way?
Yeah, because this was the problem. Then the king came to c3.
Oh yeah, now king d4, yeah. Okay, then it's over.
And here there's no time for king d2, because check and take.
Yeah. Yeah, also strange. Was she in time pressure?
Well, in the end, she had 3 minutes, so time pressure, but not so bad, I guess.
But it's strange, because this is really the only black threat, king d4.
Yeah, for me it's also strange.
Well, defense is always difficult, unless you studied your book, The Art of Defense.
Still, then it's very difficult. Yeah, check,
Yeah,
and
okay,
then we can just see how the game ended, but now this was easy.
Yeah,
and as I mentioned now,
white cannot
can
create a
stop them.
passer.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is sad for Alina.
Yeah. Yeah, so now it's looking well for Humpy. She will be on the second place behind Alexandra.
So let's look to the last game that is still going.
And that's the game of Alexandra.
So another endgame with bishops of different color.
So what happened? We had this position, then h5 played.
f5.
Check.
Ah, okay, this was an interesting tactical trick.
Oh, nice.
But with tactical tricks, if they lead to a lost position, it's so f4. Otherwise, white plays king h6, h7 probably, king h7 and queening.
Oh yeah, true.
Just to show maybe for the spectators, just
for
if black
example?
is staying passive, I don't know, king e7 or no, let's say bishop e3 and king h6 then. No.
Sure, this is winning? I'm not so sure about this.
No, this is not.
Bishop d3.
Well, bishop d3 would be the logical move for sure.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe this is a defensive setup. Now I think you have to block the f pawn. You must play bishop e3 f, but then the black king is coming, and this is very interesting. e3, king e7. Ah yeah, maybe some idea like this. Okay, let's see. I play bishop. Let's see, bishop e3. How do you defend now? Because if you play up and down with the bishop, my idea is to play bishop f4. Now your bishop is blocked, and now it's threatened to win with king h6, h7. So you have to go back with the king to prevent this. And now my idea is somehow to break through to my long plan.
Why not king h7?
Ah, yeah, now exactly in this moment this is winning. So this means...
No, I wanted to start with the black king immediately.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes,
so
after
but then...
bishop e3, and now king e7.
Play bishop f4.
Yes.
Yes, and now finally I can realize my plan. I was so happy. And now king
Show
f6.
me your plan.
I just want to win this pawn.
Aha.
This was what I said a very long time ago, that in some moment this a6 pawn will be the problem.
I keep on fighting.
Okay, now maybe now there's no hurry.
Then I'm also waiting.
Okay. Okay, bishop takes f4. You want to come with the king to c6.
Yes. But engine thinks this is losing.
Yeah, but maybe the engine is wrong. It's right if you succeed to come with the king d7, king f7, king e6, b6. Yeah, now you're just one tempo too slow. Because I have c4 then. King e6, king c6,
and
c4.
now c4.
But it's a tempo game, because of course if your bishop in this moment would be on d3 or f7, I think then it's a draw, of course. But I'm also not absolutely sure, because of king a7 and a6. Now it's also winning for white. Even if you have a block here, I think I play king a7 and depends where bishop is. And then a6, bishop e3, king b8. So I thought this was
this is still winning for white, yeah. But black for sure helped white with the move f4. And the game just finished. Yeah, this is of course not very difficult for Alexandra. And Alexandra finally won this game.
Yeah, and probably the tournament. Now she's 2 points ahead now. I don't
Humpy also won, so it's 1.5 points.
1.5. So with 2 rounds to go, this is still
3 rounds to go. What do you think? It's 9, 10, 11 still left.
Yes, so there's tomorrow is Saturday. Yeah, okay, with 3 rounds to go, then still lots of things can
But
happen.
Alexandra is still playing against Humpy.
Okay.
And still playing against Nana. So
okay, so then it's
still interesting.
Yeah, then it's still...
So let's have an overview of the results from the day. Dinara lost against Jiner. What do you think?
Yeah, this was a pity, because also I just talked with Elisabeth in the interview. She also thought that Dinara had a great position after the opening. But then she ran into some tactical blow that crushed the position. But then again, she succeeded to put up some quite good defense. But then I think one more mistake in this complicated ending with bishops of different color. But it's in a practical game, of course, very difficult to defend. Cost to the game. So this was very sad for Dinara. And
also Alina lost against Humpy. She had very good drawing chances, as we just analyzed.
Yeah, it was clear draw. I think if she played king d2, this was also very unlucky.
Elisabeth won against Nana.
Yeah, interesting game. Yeah, we also discussed, I think the main point is that Nana underestimated this queen h4 move. If you just change also, Elisabeth thought she's slightly worse if black just changes queens.
But we also underestimated this move, right?
Oh, this was just a moment when they were in a break. I think we are innocent.
We are innocent. Okay, yeah. Let's remain with this. We are innocent. And Alexandra won against Anna.
Oh yeah, this was what you just looked at.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was what was the opening? This was this interesting opening line and this strange mystery why Anna used so much time in there. Well, and there's some people who used to tell that it's dangerous to use up too much time in the opening because in some moment you will need it later against a strong opponent at least.
Anyway, I think Alexandra would have also won if Anna would have had more time. She really showed a great game.
Yeah, this was a good game by Alexandra. Interesting opening preparation and afterwards good technique.
Yes. And the other two games, they were draw.
Yeah, but I think there was this big mistake of Anna after g5, not just to take in g5 to allow this. She allowed this g5, g6.
Yes.
This was very strange because automatic change in g5, maybe just to show this position. This was also another mystery in the game. Where was it?
Here,
White played
after
g5,
g5.
and so an automatic capture on g5, and then White does have some advantage, but I think it's very defensible, the position. But after what she played and allowed g6 check, this and maybe after this is lost, or at least it's very difficult to defend. Okay, but still, I think Alexandra made the maximum what's possible. And just in this moment, Anna's defense broke down.
And Alexandra is still leading with 1.5 points right now.
But as you said, she still plays against Humpy and Nana, probably her most dangerous concurrents here. So still lots of tension.
So what to expect from round number 9 tomorrow? Let's have a look at the pairings. We will see Zhansaya with white against Dinara, Mariya with white against Harika, Anna with white against Zhongyi, Nana with white against Alexandra, yeah, we are
Hot
looking
game.
forward, and Humpy with white against Elisabeth,
Also very hot.
and Jiner with white against Alina.
Yeah, especially these two games between Nana and Alexandra and between Humpy and Elisabeth. I'm very much looking forward. I think this will be great fights again.
Yeah,
And
they
very
will be
important
very
for the
important
tournament.
for the tournament, right?
For the medals.
So today we had many exciting games, many victories and only 2 draws. So we are looking forward for tomorrow to have another big fight and having a very important game for Alexandra.
Absolutely.
So thanks for watching and hope to see you tomorrow.
Yeah, hoped that you see us tomorrow. And we wish you a very nice evening, or as quite often said already, maybe a nice start into the day if you should be in a totally different time zone. All the best.
Gute Nacht.